Okay, here we go. How are you all doing out there today, guys? I have had a really beautiful week. I basically spent my week going out, performing, really, and really realizing that I'm just building my confidence as a musician. And I had such positive moments and such good times. I wanted to go out on Wednesday, but boy howdy, I just was so exhausted. Good to see you too, Peanut Butter Beatrice. So, for me, with all the craziness that's been going on, with all the ridiculousness that's been happening in the world, that I've still been paying attention to, still staying connected to it. But for me, I don't know. I just feel very uplifted and positive in my own life, and perhaps that is just the goat. Good to see you, my man. Perhaps that is just am I just a counterculturalist at the end of the day? Is that just the truth? That while everyone else is living in this state of despair and is despondent, I'm feeling great. And while everybody else is feeling great and skipping and singing a tune, I just feel depressed. Is that just my lot? Is that just who I am? Gabriel, good to see you. Howdy there to you too. That a big part of it for myself personally is just accepting that, yeah, this is going to be ridiculous. We are looking at just a ridiculous, very obvious, very clear decline that is now unavoidable. And when I hear commenters talk about it, when I listen to other people who I respect discuss these things, they're all very dour, and there's this prognostication of the future that has this vague sense of we'll see what the future has to hold kind of feeling. And I'm just sitting here being yeah, we'll see what the future has to hold. It'll be a disaster. And I'm just kind of over it, I guess. I just feel like everybody else is catching up with me. that for my entire life I've just been it's going to be a disaster. It's coming. It's going to be a disaster. And everybody was just no, Jonathan, everything is fine. Obama. And now here it is. The disaster is here, and it's worse than everybody could have possibly imagined. I think that's my favorite part. That everybody, myself included in this, by the way, I didn't think the Trump administration was going to be this accelerationist. These guys are straight up just let's destroy Western civilization as fast as possible, while saying it's for the good of Western civilization. I just can't take it seriously. You know what I mean? And I guess I waffle between just oh, the end of civilization is upon us. Life will be a swirling embrace of the future generations. To just being yeah, but I got to live my life, and life's okay. It's spring is starting to set in here in Toronto. The weather is getting to be the case that I can take my jacket off outside and not instantly die. Sometimes I leave my apartment without a jacket for a moment. That's nice. Not having to wear jackets is the best. The goat writes, but the pros will be all homeowners when Mark Carney balances the budget. Yeah, right. I love that, by the way. Nothing tells me that the average Westerner has no fucking idea what a government is and how it operates than them responding positively to the idea that a balanced budget is good for anyone. A balanced budget is a societal disaster, objectively. What is a deficit? Right? What is a deficit? Well, a deficit is the measurement of a created surplus. Right? If you have a deficit, it means you have a surplus somewhere else. Right? Like, the Canadian healthcare system runs at a deficit, right? It has to. It's literally a deficit. But the surplus value of having that deficit is that you have a universal healthcare system. So you as a society get to choose, right? Do you want to have a universal healthcare system, or do you want to have a balanced budget? Because any government, like, governments run on deficits because they create surpluses. That's the job of the government. So a government with a perfectly balanced budget, right, is essentially a feudal society. It's basically a fully privatized feudal society. And that's what the average Canadian is hoping for. We got to balance this budget. We gotta collapse all the surpluses created by the government, erase the deficits off the ledger, privatize everything, and then the balanced budget will bring prosperity. And your feudal lords will suddenly be like, it costs $500,000 to get an ambulance ride. And you're like, well, at least the budget was balanced. At least the budget got balanced, everybody. You know, sure, my grandpa died because she couldn't get insulin medication, but boy, howdy, that budget was balanced. Eggs D, good to see you. Anemone, good to see you guys. Yeah, efficiency. We need to increase the efficiency of the slave-holding class. We need to more efficiently be able to buy and trade wage slaves. We have to increase the efficiency of plunging society downward. Like, all the words that these clowns use. Like, I'm all about freedom. The freedom to own slaves. America, America. I will say the one thing I'm really struggling with, like, as I'm going back out into public, right, now that my little guy is gone, Milo, right, I feel, to do honor to him, I have to leave the apartment. I have to go out. I'll admit it, right, I've been something of a shut-in for a little while now. SVBG, good to see you, my man. Yes, indeed. Thursdays is when I'm doing the stream, and I'm going to try to do a bigger stream, right? I don't want to do just the smaller 3-hour stream. I want to do like a longer stream because I want to just dedicate Thursdays to that. Good to see you, my man. So I've been getting out, and it's hard to talk to people. The reason it's hard to talk to people is because I always have to keep like a guard. When I'm interacting with someone new, right, I always have to have like shields full up, which takes energy. It takes energy to have your shields full up, right? Because you don't know what's going to come at you. And you want to make sure that the thing that comes at you, you're not just going to react to. Because I've been doing this for so long now that my reactions are just going to be things like, oh my God, like fucking this idiot. I'm just going to like roll my eyes at a lot of the shit that people are going to say. And a lot of the things that they do say. And a lot of the ridiculous beliefs that people have that are rooted literally in like a billionaire told you it when you were 12 and you just believe it. Like, it's amazing how often that happens. How often I'm like looking at people being like, who told you that? Like, why do you believe that? Why do you think the thing that you think? And there's just like literally no one in the society who stands up and asks anybody at any point, why do you think the thing you think? What do you believe? Why do you believe the thing you believe? Who's telling you this, and why should you believe the thing that this person is telling you? Don't you think you should be a little skeptical of what your owners have to say? Like, don't you think that a guy who owns you, right? You're a wage slave. Oh, you're not a wage slave. Oh, you're free. Oh, okay. Cool. Cool. So you spend most of your time working for people you don't know, but you're free. Got it. Capitalism has done such a good job of like flattering us and like pretending like we're the hero of our own story that the very concept and idea that we are wage slaves just does not enter the consciousness. It just doesn't, it's not, and then when it does enter the consciousness, people are so offended by the idea that they just inherently reject it. No, I'm not a slave. I'm an author of my own fate. I can do what I want. If I want to quit that job, I'll go work a different job for a guy I've never met and do a job that I hate and is worthless for the society and is a drain on everybody. That's a good thing for everybody to do, because then that guy will have more money piled up in a corner that he doesn't use for anything, although he says he invests it back into the society. It's trickle-down economics. It completely works. It's not the phrenology of economics of the modern era. That's the new thing I'm hitting on. I'm definitely hitting on it. Is neoliberalism is to economics what phrenology is to neuroscience. For those of you who might not know, throughout the 1800s and into the early 1900s, there was a science, right? And I shouldn't even do quotations. Like, it was a legitimate theory called phrenology. And that phrenology was the idea that by measuring the cranium, right, by measuring the cranium, you could determine characteristics of an individual, right? Austin, good to see you, my man. This idea, of course, gets used for extremely racist reasons, for exactly the reasons you think, right? Well, black people have an inferior skull shape and therefore are an inferior race of people, you know, that kind of thing. But like Queen Victoria listened to lectures about this, right? Like, it was a serious thing. And eventually it gets discredited over time. And it gets discredited exactly the way you think it should, which is, nah, nope. we measured people's craniums and it doesn't, your theory doesn't really align. It's not consistent. So we don't think so, right? So that's the process of the rise and fall of phrenology, right? Throughout the 1800s into the 1900s. There are still people who occasionally will publish something about phrenology. To me, that's exactly the trajectory of neoliberal economics. That neoliberal economics was a thought, it was an idea, and guess what? It no longer works. But of course, because it's an idea that that inflates the value of the most worthless citizens, right? The wealth holders, the hoarders, the owners. It's going to be a long time to die. It's going to take a moment, right? It's going to take a moment for it to actually fall out of the public consciousness. There is also the problem that we're facing that, like, phrenology dies because there's other ideas, right? And neoliberalism is taking a longer time to die and will take a longer time to die because the alternative ideas are going to be so heavily suppressed, right? Ideas like maybe it's the workers that do things. Maybe it's the workforce that matters more. SVBG writes, oh, I feel that. It's looking very likely I'm moving closer to some family and there will be some conversations that will not be fun for either of us. So my suggestion when it comes to talking to family, I have several suggestions, okay? Suggestion the first, like, a light touch is going to be better when it comes to family because like these people have been heavily propagandized. And I think back, like, I'm a person that's highly skeptical of Western propaganda, and even I am susceptible to it, right? I can think of times in my recent life where I've been like, oh, that's an interesting idea. Oh, that's it. And then you go down the rabbit hole of that, and you spend a little time on it, and you dwell on that idea, and then you go, oh, wait a minute, these people are Nazis. Oh, shit. But for like a brief period of time, I was like, oh, these guys are good faith actors doing interesting things. And then you're like, nope, Nazis, right? So you're not immune to propaganda. They're certainly not immune to propaganda. right? And the truth is that they're probably not even walking around trying to be skeptical of propaganda, right? Most people just sort of take things at face value and live at this kind of surface level for the most part because they have to, because life is complicated, difficult. It's hard to navigate. There's all kinds of wacky bullshit going on in their lives and around them, and there isn't any consensus any longer. Like there's no such thing as first principles in the society. That everybody is kind of just left adrift, and then we're all told that everybody's opinion is equal, even though that's absolutely false. But that's what people believe, and so when you get into these conversations, I highly suggest focusing on questions. Right, just focusing on questions. Get people to clarify their positions. Ask them, why do you think that? Where is that coming from? What but don't you feel that? Like, isn't it the case that? Don't you think? And you're going to have more success with that. And I also highly suggest that when they dive into whatever crazy emotional conspiracy theory or spiritual position that they have, because everybody does, is to try to actually meet them there, right? Try to actually meet them in their whatever kooky religious positions they hold, because that's how they're expressing themselves emotionally. Like, I know people in my life who are like that with Marvel movies. Like, for a moment, I was like, I could not figure out why these people loved Marvel movies so much to this degree. And then I was like, oh, it's because you've replaced Christianity with this. Like, this is your Christianity. This is your Jesus. That you're expressing your emotional self through Marvel, which is pathetic, but it's just what it is. And if you want to have a conversation with people about their emotional selves and their spiritual selves, then that's the territory. There it is. And so to have patience with that, because you have it too. It's somewhere, right? You have it too. And just most people don't really think about it, that you don't engage your rational self to try to discover where your irrational or non-rational, rather, territory lies, right? And so you just stumble into these things. And then before you know it, you're having big, long dissertations about Anakin Skywalker and having big, long conversations about Iron Man, you know, and as if these are figures that matter. And to these people, it does. So it's just simple. It's just a simple thing. Austin, missed the notification. How's it going, John? I've got a meeting with the Communist Party of Canada today. Good for you, Austin. Let me know how that goes. I've been definitely holding back on reaching out to any organizations because I feel like I've been having bad luck with organizations, and I'm kind of a loner, frankly. But let me know how it goes, okay? In seriousness, because I mean, we do need to start finding communities and finding organizations and actually grabbing together. Someone, Star Bright Knight over on Twitch, good to see you. Yeah, SVG. People also publish things about flat Earth. Yeah. Like, SVBG writes, I will fully admit I only have surface level knowledge on a whole host of subjects. That's probably the first step. Well, and that's what a great thing that you just said there. I think the best thing for a person to do when having a conversation is to admit ignorance, right? Just be like, you know what? I don't know what you're talking about. Like, how often do I say this on this channel? Somebody comes in hot with their anti-communist position, and I just say, like, and I don't know how to say it so it's not insulting, right? I'm trying, like I am trying to find that, to navigate that, to try to land somewhere so that I can actually say it without the person bouncing off of it. But like, hey, bud, maybe the best thing for you to do is to admit that you don't know anything about the subject. Like, maybe the thing for you to do is to just say, hey, I don't actually know anything about communism. And the things that I do think I know about communism have literally been taught to me by this disconnect thing, eh? Have we disconnected? No, I'm still streaming. I don't know why it does that. That's so annoying. Okay. what I think you'll find, Sven, good to see you over on Twitch. What I think you'll find is, yeah, I don't know what's going on with that, guys. I'm so sorry. Like, what I think you'll find is that if you just say to a person, hey, I don't know anything about that, can you explain it to me? What you'll find pretty fast is that they probably don't know anything about it either, right? And that just by standing in front of them, putting them in the position of the teacher, and then just asking some pretty basic questions, you'll find out pretty quickly that, like, oh, like, what is this that you're even talking about? And then they'll probably realize, oh, I don't actually know anything about this either. I've like based my whole philosophy on thought on an idea that I don't know anything about. Like who said it? Where'd it come from? Isaac writes, the U.S. has another Guantanamo concentration camp in El Salvador. Oh yeah, Isaac, and it's even worse than that. I've got a video in the Discord. I can't show videos because my channel gets demonetized when I do that. But there's a video that I put up in the Discord, and it's literally the Secretary of Homeland Security standing in front of a bunch of prisoners that are behind bars behind her. And she's talking about, don't illegally immigrate to America or else this is what will happen to you. They're literally using the concentration camps that they have created in order to, as propaganda set pieces. Like, we're looking at Nazis here, guys. Like, this is Nazism. We don't need to, like, it's not hyperbolic to say anymore. And the people who are pretending like it is hyperbolic are probably just Nazis because they don't want you to discuss what they're doing as if it is Nazism when it is. So, like, it's naked, it's open, it's right in front of your face. We don't need to mince words anymore, and we don't need to worry about the feelings of people who are Nazi apologists anymore. Like, it's over. Right? Do you want to live in reality or not? And if people are going to lose their minds about pointing out that Nazism is in fact Nazism, then we need to start asking serious questions of those people. Hey, when you see Nazism, why do you think it's not Nazism? Why are you getting mad at me? Like, why are you getting mad at me for pointing out the Nazi as a Nazi and not being mad at the Nazi for being a Nazi? Like, that's an odd projection. That's an odd thing. Austin writes, I'll message you on a Discord how you went. Do I have a public server? Just send me an email, dude. My email is in the description. You could also just donate $1 to my Patreon, and that would get you into the Discord, Austin. It's just $1. You've been here a lot, Austin. Right? Donate $1. Huh? Good opportunity to say like, share, subscribe. Right? Good opportunity to say, hey, if you're enjoying this content, you want me to continue doing this content, you know what the best way to encourage me to do this content is to donate to my Patreon. Right? What I want from you, Austin, is I want you to reach deep down into your heart and be moved by the Holy Spirit and pull $1 out of your pocket and send it to the address in the description below. God bless you, Austin Wallace. But for real, do like, share, and subscribe and tell people I exist and give me money. No, give me money. The Goat asks, how would you describe the difference between the Communist Party of Canada and the ML Party of Canada? The latter always runs a candidate in my riding for federal elections, so I'm curious. I'm not going to comment on it because I don't know. That's the hard truth. I feel like if somebody is running a candidate in your election, you should just vote for them because we should not be supporting neoliberal parties any longer. We should not be supporting capitalist parties anymore. If everybody got together and voted for Bugs Bunny, you know, if everybody got together and stopped supporting capitalist candidates, like if everybody got together and voted for the guy that dresses up as like a trash can, like in what's his name? Count something or other. There are all kinds of goofy candidates throughout Europe. There's one guy with a boot on his head who I really love. I love that guy. And then there's like Count something or other. That's killing me that I can't remember his name. But he dresses up as like an emperor, right? And he's got like a bin face vermin supreme. Thank you, new CIA drone pilot. Count bin face, dead world walking. Good to see you, my man. And he's got like literally a trash can that he's cut like a hole into. And his policies are great, right? He wants like the mayor of London to swim in the Thames, that kind of thing. We've got a fellow named Dingballs. Strong name, Dingballs. Carney, arch neoliberal free marketeer, would have been hot stuff in the 1980s. You bet. I take a look at Mark Carney. Oh, to finish this thought before I move on to Mark Carney. We would all be better off voting for Count Binface, because that would put the ruling class in its place. That's essentially what Donald Trump is. It's just everybody trying to put the ruling class in their place and to say we reject these ideas. And if everybody like piled on to Count Binface or their local communist, right? If everybody just piled on to that, the power structure would be like, oh, fuck, we have to actually respond to this. Like, we can't just pretend like our ideas are working. People are voting for Count Binface, right? Like, and even, honestly, even if somebody like Count Binface or your local communist, if they polled as high as 15%, right, that would be terrifying to the ruling class. When you start to see there are breakpoints, right? There are breakpoints in elections. Like if you get 5% of the electoral, that means that you start getting money. Like the system has built into it a series of feedback loops, right? And if you achieve certain statuses, you actually get like propelled forward, and like getting a certain percentage of votes or getting a seat, right, means that you get involved in debates and you get involved in bigger and bigger things. You get more coverage. You're taken more seriously, right? So there's like a feedback loop. It's like a small snowball rolling down a hill, gathering more snow. That's usually how that works. So I say everybody just piles on, right? Like leftists are especially bad because we want to be super discerning, right? And we find excuses to not support. But we really are at a point where it's like, fucking vote for Count Binface. The system has collapsed. The system is going downhill anyway. Who gives a shit if this Binface guy comes in? So Mark Carney is absolutely the power structure attempting to justify itself at the highest level. I'm going through Mark Carney's book. He has a book called Values, Building a Better World. And my impression of Mark Carney is that he is genuine and that he is a genuinely compassionate person. He genuinely believes in the things that he believes. When he says things like this, what you're seeing in front of you, right? We're going to incentivize builders, innovators, and entrepreneurs to grow their businesses right here in Canada, create more good paying jobs, right? He believes that, right? He has actually read Marx. He has actually read, he was the governor of the Bank of England and the governor of the Bank of Canada. So he is like a walking, talking neoliberal, right? Like he is neoliberalism in its purest form, standing in front of you with a compassionate voice, a compassionate face, and believably a genuine desire to improve the lives of the citizenry, right? And he'll fail anyway, right? Like that to me is the big takeaway and the big thing that I'll be talking about Mark Carney a lot, which is, cool, here's this guy who's trying his best and trying to do it within his phrenology theory that fails and doesn't work, and watch how it fails and doesn't work, even when governed by good people who are actually trying to make it work. That the structure of capitalism and the structure of neoliberal capitalism especially is designed to fail, and we're going to watch it fail, and we're going to watch it continue. We're going to continue watching it to fail, even under a guy who is like trying his best and is probably the best educated candidate that the Liberals have ever put forward. So from the Canadian perspective, Mark Carney is capitalism attempting to justify itself at the highest possible level, and they could not have picked a better candidate. Like, I genuinely believe this. This guy's not a clown. He's not a walking haircut, right? He's not an idiot. There's lots of evidence to show that he's not an opportunist. There's lots of, he is a man who has been operating at the highest possible level of neoliberal capitalism for the majority of his life, with a real, like, rags to riches style story. So he's the perfect candidate to watch capitalism collapse around. And it will. Yeah, he will turn Canada into a McDonald's. Yeah, like the number one failing of the neoliberal economists has been to convince people that you can run a government like a business. You just can't. Like, you just can't do that. It's not a real thing. Like, it's a flat Earth theory. It's phrenology. Right? You just cannot run a government like a business. It shows you the narrow view that people have, and that the moment you actually accept just basic facts about how governments are and what governments do, you begin to see that, oh yeah, you definitely cannot run a government like a business. Like, you can't fire citizens. Like, you can purge them in a genocide, I suppose, but you can't just lay people off and then say, okay, go get another job in a government. That's not how that works, right? And so there's different rules of operation. It operates differently. Businesses can't print money. Governments 100% print money all the time. And so the idea that you should run government like a business is just a failed idea right at the very top of it. And we're starting to see people talk back to this. We're starting to see it be challenged. But it's essentially an idea that has been unchallenged for decades now. We should run government like a business, which is just like, okay, cool. Just admit that you don't know what you're talking about. Like, you're a phrenologist, right? You're a flat earther. Like, you literally can't do it. And if you tried, it would be a disaster to run a government like a business. So, and we're going to watch that happen with the nicest guy you've ever met doing it. Like, that's the thing that I'm really trying to put forward and really trying to assert and really trying to make people understand, is that Mark Carney is going to be genuine and is going to try doing what he thinks should be done in seriousness and with a good heart, and he will still fail because it's a structural problem, right? It's not a feelings problem. Like, it doesn't matter how good you feel. It doesn't matter how nice you feel. It doesn't matter what kind of values you present into a system that is designed to fail. Like, try as you might, you cannot make 1 + 1 = potato. Like, you just can't do that. It doesn't work, right? 1 + 1, in fact, does equal 2. And if you design a system that is in opposition with itself through the class-based contradiction, then congratulations, you're going to watch it fail. And it doesn't matter how hard you focus on good governance. Right? You can try to focus on good governance all you want, but at the end of the day, you got to pick a side, right? That you have one class of owners and one class of wage slaves, right? You got to pick your side. And Carney has picked his side. It's the ownership class. And as we have seen over and over and over and over and over again throughout the entire history of capitalism, the ownership class will absolutely trade an increase in their portfolio by 1% for your life. They absolutely will do that. And they won't blink an eyelash doing it. So, yeah, like, how dangerous is Carney? Like, he's got that wolf in sheep's clothing sort of vibe, but the danger of Mark Carney isn't so much that I think he's going to do a bunch of illegitimate shit the way that someone like Polyev would do. His danger is that, like, liberals are just going to lead people, like they're going to walk off a cliff, and they're going to walk off a cliff like cheering about it, because they're going to be like, forward, growth, hooray, this is how we do this, right? And that might have worked in the 80s and into the 90s, because it was just beginning then. But now we're like well into it, and the society is extremely fragile now because of these policies. And so continuing forward in that way is just going to be a walk off the cliff, like blaring trumpets, being like, forward to progress. So that's the danger of Carney, is that he's going to walk us off a cliff, and he's going to do it believing that he's doing all the right things. Hull writes, need to like the stream more, guys. You're goddamn right, Hull. Everybody like the stream. Like the hell out of the stream. If you don't like the stream, do you even like yourself? Do you even like yourself? So like, share, subscribe, tell people I exist, right? Anemone writes, Jones style, drink the Kool-Aid. Yeah, like, look, people want to believe things are going to get better, right? And they're not. So let's get into the news. Speaking of things that are not getting any better, this one seems to be holding on. People seem to be really aghast at this one. This is something that's like, there's so much happening. Like, there's so many examples of the incompetence and ridiculousness of these people that it's difficult to know when something's going to really grab hold and when people are going to be really actually like, goodness me. This one seems to have done it. This one seems to be like a flag point moment. Top Trump officials included the Atlantic editor in a group chat about plans to bomb Yemen. There's so many beautiful layers to this. There's so many beautiful layers to why this is such an enormous total fuck up. Like on pretty much all levels, right? On just like the basic rudimentary human level of like, you weren't supposed to put that guy in that chat, right? Just like straight up, like, you all got together to plan an intervention for your friend and then accidentally included your friend in the plans for the intervention. Oops. Just oopsie-doo, right? Like a basic human error. Just like a normal low level, like, oh dang. But then you go up a level to like the level of like professionalism. You shouldn't have a group chat about this. You just shouldn't have this group chat. That's just not a thing that you should have. Like, this is a really, really, really big problem. Like, this is a really, really big problem. Like, you cannot have random people getting together in a Signal chat discussing your plans for how you're going to move troops around. And I really feel like I shouldn't have to explain why, but I feel like I guess I do have to explain why. That's a massive security leak. Like, someone can just look at your Signal chat, right? Like literally, you've got guys walking around with smartphones looking at a Signal chat that's like, yes, we should move troops today into the place of Yemen in order to prepare for bombing. Correct. Just like on his smartphone, he's like literally like on the bus. like what are you talking about? No, absolutely not. I just imagine being like a general, just being like, sir, you have to understand how this is a security problem. Like, you have to understand that, right? And no, they don't. They genuinely don't understand. And then you go up even one more level, and you're like, you're bombing Yemen? You're bombing Yemen? You think this is going to be a solution? Like, bombing Yemen has not worked ever. It has never worked, right? Moreover, like, bombing Yemen only entrenches the Yemenis. It only entrenches the Houthis in their position. It only convinces the people of Yemen that they are correct to do the things that they are doing. And what is it that the Yemenis are doing to earn the eye of Sauron glaring directly at them? They're preventing Israeli trade from going through the Gulf of Aqaba. They're preventing trade from going by. You only need to look at a map for 5 seconds to really see. Like, for those of you who are familiar, this will be familiar. There's Yemen. There's Israel, right? Look, water, right? So the Israelis are like, port, trade, la, 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 through the Red Sea, into the Gulf of Aden. And the Houthis are just like, hey, we're going to shoot rockets at that. Hey, we got drones, and we're just going to fly drones over and like shoot you while you do that. And so nobody goes through here anymore. Nobody wants to go through here anymore. It's a major security concern, right? Private companies would consider that a liability, right? So what they do instead is they go through the Mediterranean Sea and they go all the way around Africa in order to go all the way over here. Increases costs by like 50%. It's a huge, huge expense to do that, right? It's much longer, more fuel, more wages, more everything in order to get anything done. And so what has the Obama / Biden / Trump administrations been trying to do? They've been trying to blow up Yemen so they can't do that no more. But that's a failing strategy, right? And it's a failing strategy for a real simple reason. We're going to fire $100 million rockets at Yemen while they stop boats from going through with drones that you can buy on Amazon for $200. Not difficult to figure out why this is a losing strategy. Not difficult to figure out why the Biden administration stopped doing it, right? That every single time an administration bombs Yemen, it's just like a little kid stomping their feet. Like, that's all it is. It's just a little kid being like, we don't want you to do that. Stop that. No. That's what it is. With the at the end and everything. No. And it's being done by people who are so fucking stupid. Like, so goddamn stupid, you guys, that they are including journalists, like not just anybody, right? That's the best part. It's like the editor of The Atlantic, like somebody whose like duty it is to report on it, right? It like it'd be bad enough if it was like, oh, I accidentally added my mom to this group chat, like Pete Hegseth is just like accidentally adding his like friends, accidentally adding just like his dad in the chat. There's a real like Forrest Gump kind of story that you could write where like someone accidentally includes someone's dad or uncle to the chat, and then the dad or the uncle starts commenting on the things that are happening as if he's an official, and everybody then just assumes that he is an official of some kind because nobody actually knows any of these people. They're all just like loosely connected. And then they start listening to his advice and they're like, that's actually a great idea. We should move on that. And then it literally turns out it's just like some guy wearing like a wife beater in like his underwear, like watching like Fox News being like, yeah, I think it's a good idea if we bomb this location in Yemen. Like, you know what? That's a good idea. You know, Phil Johnson, whoever you are. And so like and now the perfection of this story, right? The reason why this story is so perfect and why I think it's really like got some staying power to it is it not only illustrates like the foolishness of the policy, right? It shows you the foolishness of the people, that you can have a debate about whether or not it's a good idea to bomb Yemen. It's a terrible idea. You shouldn't do it. You're just wasting your time and your money and just entrenching everybody's opinions about you in the worst possible way. But now it's also like, but you can't really debate whether or not these people are dumb fucks, right? They're dumb fucks. And I've seen people try to make like a 4D chess argument that it's like, he actually meant to let the editor of the Atlantic in because the editor of the Atlantic has ties to Zionist Israel, and he's actually operating on behalf of the Israeli Defense Forces when he does. But it's like everybody has ties to the Zionists, like everybody does. And the reason why this is like extra stupid, dumb fuckery is because it's a crime. Like, what they have done, creating the group chat itself is a crime, right? Like what they are doing is taking things that should be top secret and classified. Like, these people could like actually face like military tribunal. Like, that's a real thing that can happen. Like, there are people in the United States military whose job it is to arrest people who do this and incarcerate them. Right? And they're not beholden to an office. Their job is to do that. And what these guys have done has absolutely made their position more vulnerable. Right? Just by having the group chat. Forget about the Atlantic editor, right? Forget about that dumb fuckery where they're like, yeah, I'm gonna Bill Smith, right? Just gonna invite this idiot. Now we're talking about literally like there's what's the organization? We've all seen the show JAG, right? Like, we're familiar with the show JAG. I forget what that acronym stands for, but it's like they're a group of people whose job it is specifically to try people for military crimes. That's a military crime. Like, right there. And so it's just stupidity at the highest level. You can't get stupider because you've absolutely made yourself vulnerable to this. And you didn't have to. That's the best part. They could have just had these conversations through normal channels, which exist. And they chose instead, let's create a Signal group chat. And this is just the one we know about, right? So this is the kind of shit that they're doing, where they're literally just acting like a bunch of fucking yahoos. Like Gavin Newsom giving his personal phone number to high-level CEOs and then pretending like it's a democracy kind of shit. Ugh. XD writes, the Nepo babies of the previous generation of capitalists that actually had a level of competence has now taken the reins. Yeah, Compton, good to see you, my man. Yeah, I think there's truth to that, man. That like I do think that throughout the 60s and 70s, right, there was like a willfulness that the people who were doing the things that they were doing understood why they were doing it, right? But now the next generation has just inherited it and has no fucking idea what they're doing or why these things are in place or why they exist, right? And because they're so detached from reality, because they don't actually know anything about what society even looks like, because they've spent all their time living in skyscrapers and castles, right? Because they're utterly detached, they have no idea what is or is not valuable. They have no idea. And like, they'll tell you, like Elon Musk tells you, he just says like, yeah, we're just going to turn it all off and see what we needed. Right? Yeah, sure. Okay. So then when people don't get their insulin and die, right? Oh, well, I guess we needed that. Right? They tell you that they have no idea how anything works. They say it to you. Fiddleford, good to see you, my man. And of course, so take that level of like naked incompetence, of just like dorpy dorby dorby door. And now we've got US generals saying, hey, Iran could make nuclear breakthrough in less than a week, really pounding on that pulpit. Because guess what, guys? These guys are thinking about invading Iran. How's that for a good idea? Huh? Don't you think that's a great idea? The United States invading Iran? His name is General Anthony Cotton, right? Like what a wholesome name for a dumb fuck. The head of US Strategic Command tells the Senate that Tehran reduced breakout time period needed to enrich enough uranium for one bomb from 10 to 15 days to presumably less than 1 week. Hey, we've seen this before, right? We've seen this story before. We gotta go in. Hey, we gotta go into Iran. Hey, because they got weapons of mass destruction. Hey, and they're a threat to peace in the region. Hey, we gotta go in there, right? Hey, the oil will pay for it. Hey, we're going in there to liberate them, to spread freedom and democracy in the region. Hey, like we've seen this story before. We've seen it. Right? The trouble is that there is now a generation of voters and there's a generation of people who didn't witness firsthand the ridiculousness of the Bush administration. Right? They didn't see the stupidity right in front of them. And so now you've got a group of people who are like, oh, Iran's got weapons of mass destruction? Oh, weapons of mass destruction in Iran. And the rest of us are like, no. No. We've seen that story. They said exactly like. Usually the lie is somewhat different, right? Usually the lie, it's not the same exact lie, right? Like it's something different, right? Like oh, it's a Uyghur genocide. Oh, it's a Uyghur genocide. They're killing babies and putting them and throwing them on the floor. Here's a little girl that's not just the daughter of an official lying to you, right? Usually the lie is somehow different, but now it's basically the same. Geriatric over on Twitch says, after we take Greenland, Canada is next, so y'all going to be the 52nd state. No Nazis in the chat, okay? We don't accept Nazism, and we don't accept Nazis in the chat. So you're essentially breaking rule number 1, so you're gone. No Nazis in the chat, please. Follow your leader. Fiddleford writes, has anyone seen Threads? I mean, Threads is just Facebook X, right? Like it exists. I don't really use it. Rusty Shackelford writes, good to see you, by the way, Rusty. Israel wants us to attack Iran and Congress is Israeli owned, so off we go! Yeah, and it's a terrible idea. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why the United States can justify this, right? So, justification number 1, it does strengthen Israel's position in the region, right? Iran is basically like the linchpin to the whole place at this point. That it used to be like balancing forces, but really, like Iraq is basically destroyed. Afghanistan's in no position, right? Syria has just recently, Assad has been overthrown. Saudi Arabia is like playing its own game and playing it very well, but lots of Americans still consider them to be on side with the Americans. I think it's a little bit more delicate than that, but that's how a lot of Americans think. And so the big red sore thumb in the region for a lot of these guys is Iran, right? And Iran operates as a method for Russia to get oil, right? It's a good connecting point for Russia. It's also a major connecting point for China's Belt and Road Initiative, right? The rail into Tehran, it's going to come up right through Turkey into Europe, right? That's a problem for America. And so destabilizing and destroying Iran would be a good way to break apart a lot of trade agreements and things that are going on. And most notably, Iran and Saudi Arabia recently came to a trade agreement, which is like historic on a level that I can't even describe. Like, you want to talk about major events in human history. It's this trade agreement that was put together by Saudi Arabia and Iran with the help of China. Just an absolute enormous moment in the history of the region, in the history of human politics. And nobody gives a fuck. Like, nobody cares. But if your job is to destroy this region and to keep it destroyed on behalf of your owners in Israel, uh, then you're going to continue doing that. Now, why is it a bad idea? Well, reason number one, it won't work. Like, it won't work. These guys can't defeat the Yemenis. These guys can't defeat the Houthis. They didn't defeat the Iraqis. They didn't defeat the Afghanis, right? So all they're going to do is murder a lot of people and destroy a lot of infrastructure, and continue despoiling their name, right? Like, America has despoiled it. Israel is a pariah state now, for sure. Like, trading with Israel is akin to trading with the Nazis at this point. But the United States still has some game left in it, still has some gas left in the tank. But if they open up a war on Iran, like, what are you even talking about, bro? Like, what are you even talking about? You can't pretend as though you are a force for peace and goodness in the world while continuously blowing everything up. Like, it's just absolutely fucking ridiculous. Yeah, but Daddy, Trump is a peace president. Well, if he wants to stay that way, he should not invade Iran. It's just the dumbest idea. Like, mainly because it won't work. And then as we move into the future, right? Like, eventually America will stop bombing Iran. Like, it just will happen. And then what? You think the Iranians are going to be super excited to work with the Americans again? And this is just a pattern of American isolation, right? It's what makes like losers like this geriatric guy come in and talk the way he does. Just this childish Nazism. And everybody sees it, and nobody wants to be part of it, right? And nobody wants to have that included in the conversation at all, and yet here it is. Omnis Veritas. I feel like I know that name from somewhere. It's a cool sounding name. Hello to you. Good to see you. And so the invasion of Iran, like, I want to believe that cooler heads will prevail, that someone will stand up and be like, that's such a bad idea. I can't even tell you how bad an idea that is. But these are the people who are in charge. Just absolute dimwits. Fiddleford writes, no, it's a movie written in the 80s about nuclear war. America and the Soviet Union in this movie were fighting over Iran and led to a nuclear exchange. Like, just like, there's always a part of me that's just like, man, can we just do it? Can we just like exchange the nukes already? Like, for fuck's sake. Like, we're not that important. Like, it's a tragedy from a human scale, but from the scale of the Earth would be like, oh, those cockroaches destroyed themselves. Okay, well, moving on. Jeff writes, Florida is bringing back child labor to make up for the jobs left by immigrants. What stage of capitalism is that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got that article right here. Which is to say, like, Hyundai just got sued after a manufacturing plant employed a 13-year-old on an assembly line. So they're just like doing it, right? They're just doing it. Like, they don't care about the laws, right? That we are the ones that care about the laws. They do not care about the laws. They're just going to do whatever they want and then cover it up. Dingballs writes, Florida seems to be becoming a very special place, even by American standards. Oh, yeah, dude. Like, in 50 years, 100 years, certainly, like, Florida is going to be underwater, right? All of the elderly retirees that lived in Florida will be dead. The only people who will actually be there are, like, the grandchildren of the Gusanos chased out of Cuba by Castro. So you're going to have, like, a destroyed, decimated territory full of Nazis and fascists who are literally like rounding up people who try to immigrate there, enslaving their own children to like try to clean up the mess that they refuse to actually do anything to prevent. It's a total fucking disaster. And like my advice, I used to have a regular in the chat. I don't remember if they still float around. My advice to anybody living in Georgia, right? Like all those people are going to go to Georgia. They're going to flee to Georgia. It's like, get ready for that because it's going to happen. It's going to happen fast. Nazis and Gators. Yeah, you bet. Florida has been a special place for a good long while now. Yeah, we're all familiar with the Florida man trope, right? Florida man does something ridiculous, right? Florida man uses own arm to kill alligator after alligator chews it off, kind of stuff. Like, Florida has been in this like major decline, and it makes sense that they would elect somebody like DeSantis, just this absolutely clueless fascist who basically secures his position through bribery, extortion, and a force of personality. The idea that DeSantis is ever seriously considered as a presidential candidate should terrify every single person. But Rusty writes, I used to live in Florida. The extreme heat drives people crazy. Yeah, but like you kind of hope that it would be like woo, let's take our top off and get drunk kind of crazy. You know, you kind of hope that it would be like let's go kill the Nazis kind of crazy. But instead, it's just like the most backward shit you ever hear in your life. Sounds like Mordor. What an insult to Mordor. Plus, it's an old person retirement home, basically. Florida is going to be really interesting after those old folks die. Like, that's going to be really interesting, right? Like, when a generation just cleans itself out and clears out and everybody dies, right? And, like, as the sea levels come up, Florida is extremely vulnerable to that. Like, the rising sea levels because of climate change. Like, I think there's only one other place in the United States that's more vulnerable, and it's Louisiana. Like, Florida is going to get completely flooded, and it's already happening. And now we're getting like, and my favorite part, just to have a climate change divergence for just a moment, my absolute favorite part about what is happening in the climate change conversation is that the climate change denialists, for the longest time, were like, yeah, climate change isn't real because no one would insure anything if climate change were real. Ha ha, checkmate. Well, now the insurance companies aren't insuring anything because of climate change. Like, they're literally doing exactly that. Because here it comes, right? It's getting to the point now where the system of insurance, which is a ridiculous system, and like it's completely just gatekeepers. It's the reason why the healthcare system in America is the catastrophe that it is. It's failing, and it's going to continue failing, and it's going to get to the point where no one is going to be able to insure anything. And because nobody is able to insure anything, well, nobody's going to build anything or do anything or fix anything, right? Because you can't get insurance for it. So no one is going to invest in a property they can't get insurance for. And that very steadily is going to be every piece of property in America, right? Whether it's fire insurance, flood insurance, right? Pick your poison, right? And so these climate change denialists are being revealed as the absolute psychopaths that they always have been, where we're like, okay, well, now the thing that you said is proof that climate change is the problem is actually happening. So the insurance companies are now saying that climate change is real and we are accounting for it. Do you now acknowledge that climate change is a real problem? People will just sell their property and move. It's fine. Just turn on your air questioning. It's fine. I got to admit, there is like one of the things that I think just puts me in higher spirits about all of this is that there's so much vindication. Like there's so much vindication in the conversation. Like people who I have been saying for decades are Nazis and are frauds and are losers. Now everybody is starting to go, I think this guy might be a Nazi. And it's just like, yeah, yes, exactly. Welcome to reality. Welcome to engaging meaningfully in reality. Jeff writes, now his wife is going to run for governor since his time is up. CBAC is reporting a Yale professor is moving to U of T because of Trump. Far-right administration is pressuring universities. Yeah, that's a real thing, man. Like that's maybe the brain drain will come back to Canada. I mean, I never took the brain drain rhetoric very seriously. Years back, like I'm talking like a decade or two, even. Geez, yeah, like it might have been like 15 years ago. I decided to challenge this idea that there is actually a brain drain because I don't believe anything anybody says about anything, right? Like and if it's coming out of places like the National Post or the Globe and Mail, I just assume they're lying, right? And so I want to see your source. Like, what's your source on this brain drain thing? And so I dug around and looked at their research and looked at what it was. And there is a percentage of people who study in Canada and then leave to the United States. That is true. But that percentage is not meaningfully higher than general immigration patterns, right? So like a high school graduate will move to the United States. And like, so there's like 15%. I believe the number was 15%. They're like 15% of just people who are born in Canada and grow up and live in Canada leave to the United States, regardless of education. And so then you take a look, okay, well, if that wanted to be meaningfully called a brain drain in a meaningful way, then you would need to see higher levels of immigration, right? If the general immigration is 15%, right, then if the educated level is 15%, then there's no brain drain. It's just general immigration patterns. It's just people immigrating because they want to go somewhere, right, for whatever reason. And there's all kinds of reasons why people immigrate to any place that they want to. Just exploration, travel. I met a girl. I did find an opportunity down in the United States, right? So there's all kinds of reasons. And what you find is that, yeah, like a PhD scholar or a master's, a person who holds a master's will immigrate to the United States at about a rate of about 15%, which is right in line with everybody else. So where's this fucking brain drain? Right? Jeff writes, if any party wanted to win this election, they would offer free higher education. Yeah, I think that we just got to start accepting that the power structure doesn't care about, like, Democrats and liberals, they don't actually care about winning these elections, right? They don't actually care about winning these elections because they know that if they lose the election, then the winner is still pro-capitalist, right? Like over and over again, I'm going to reassert this point over and over and over and over and over and over again. On like a personal vanity level, people like AOC and Bernie Sanders and Mark Carney, right, even Jagmeet Singh, right, they would like to be the president or prime minister. Sure. They would like to win their seat. They would like to be the person. Because they, oh, look at me, I'm a congressman, I'm a senator. Oh, God, I'm the prime minister of Canada. Look at me, I'm a very important person. Right? So on a personal vanity level, sure, they want to be the prime minister. But on the level of their position within the structure of capital, like, they will exchange that vanity project for rewards from their owners and from continued support from their masters, which is the ownership class, the capitalist class. And so their job is to offer people the 0.1% improvement over 25 years, the absolute barest of the barest of the barest of the minimum. Like, absolutely, like, oh, I see your hand is in the fire. So what I'm going to offer, instead of turning the fire off or taking your hand out of the fire, what I'm going to do is at 2:00 every day, I'll come and I'll put an ice cube on your hand. And that'll be the solution that I offer you. Right? And then you look over at the other guy's saying, I'm going to just keep pushing you into the fire. So, like, yeah, you're going to take the ice cube guy if those are the only options that you're given. So that's essentially what the quote unquote left, which is essentially the far right, is in the West now. Just like people who are offering these almost insignificant, tiny piecemeal reforms. Yeah, but I think that logic still applies to Canadian politics. Right? That's basically Mark Carney. Right? Like, what is Mark Carney actually offering? What are the NDP actually offering? What are the Greens actually offering? Right? The answer is nothing. Like, literally nothing. And then they scratch their heads and wonder why they can't win elections. And none of it is genuine. Like, everybody knows that, yeah, if they offered anything, they would probably win. Right? Like, when Justin Trudeau wins his first majority, he wins it because he offered something. And then he turned out to be a fraudulent liar about it, right? Which is why he never got the same amount of support. And the only reason why the Liberals have the support that they've got now is because the Trump administration is terrifying the shit out of people. I even have evidence for that. Like, what would you say are the top 2 reasons driving your decisions to support the Liberals? Right? New leader Mark Carney. The orange bar is people who switched from the NDP. The blue is people who switched from the Conservatives. Right? Just simply getting rid of Justin Trudeau and putting in Mark Carney, right, is reason number 1 why everybody's switching over to the Liberals. But then Donald Trump's stance towards Canada, including annexation and tariffs, is a huge one. Right? There's a huge amount of people who are flipping over just because of that. Omni Veritas asks very politely on Twitch, I don't want to ruin the good mood, so I will ask before discussing anything. May I state my probably opposing opinions? So Omnis Veritas, I have 3 rules. Okay, and I'll state them up front. Okay, rule 1, no Nazism. So if you politely state your support for Nazis or Zionists, you are instantly banned. Rule 2, don't insult me or anybody in the chat. Right, I have no problem banning people for this. And then number 3, and this one's sort of the debatable one and the vague one, right? If you disengage with reality and try to clutter the chat with your disengagement from reality in a desperate attempt to assert that your phrenology, flat earth-based worldview is real, I'll just ban you, right? So those are the 3 things. So you can say what you like, but if you stay within those those positions, within those 3 rules, I'll happily talk to you. I'll happily talk back to you. And I will try to also maintain my own decorum. I tend to break rule 2 a lot. Because, boy howdy, there's a great John Cleese quote that I always think of when I have these conversations with people, which is that the problem with very stupid people is that you have to have some kind of intelligence to know how stupid you are. And how could a very stupid person know how stupid they are? It's Omni Veritas says should be doable, not a fascist or an idiot. That's exactly what a fascist or an idiot would say. Joe, good to see you. Garden State writes, I give thanks to Bernie for opening my mind to socialist politics, but I'm truly disappointed yet not surprised after learning his stance during the bombing of Yugoslavia. Oh yeah, Bernie's positions on foreign politics are just shit, just trash. They're not different than Trump's. Like he's just got shit foreign policy takes. So well, this is the nature of controlled opposition, right? Like you need, if you want to control the opposition, you need to present yourself as the opposition. That's how it works, right? You can't just be like, socialism's actually bad, guys, right? No, you have to actually look at what the opposition is saying and then say, yes, I too also stand for those things, so that you can direct people back into the dead end politics of electoral politics, right? It's just this or into the dead end of the Democratic Party, at least. Like, the Democratic Party is a dead end. Omni Veritas writes, sadly, I cannot swear allegiance. I am an anarchist. Oh yeah, okay. So Omni Veritas, that means that we're allies. Like, here is the only position that I have ever found major disagreement between the communist position and the anarchist position, right? Not 99.999% of the time when I talk to anarchists, I find myself bobbing my head and being like, yep, absolutely, 100%. I completely agree with everything you're saying. For sure. That makes sense. Everything you're saying. The diverging point, the linchpin of the argument, and where I cannot go along with anarchists, is that anarchists want to just abolish the state and be done with it. Communists accept that position is not realistic. That it's not realistic to just sort of wave a wand and declare, like, I declare bankruptcy. Like, that's not how that works. You can't just abolish a state. And if you tried to do it, the first thing that would happen would be that the capitalists would coalesce a force in order to destroy you, and then reinstate the capitalist state. It would be the first thing that would happen. And so what communists say is, communists agree with anarchists that the project is ultimately the abolition of the state, that is the long-term goal. But you can't just do it, because there are external forces, the existence of the global system of imperial capital, the state system as it exists now. And so what you have to do is you have to take control of the state, and you have to use the state and over time, through policy, see the state steadily wither away. The trouble with that, of course, ultimately, is that the system of imperial capital, like, you always need some kind of standing force or some kind of standing army. Like, it in my view, it would be like, yeah, we need to destroy the forces of Sauron, and the best way to do that is to disband our military. Like, yeah, right. Omnis Veritas says, I agree, you cannot abolish a state. You have to actively hold it down, down with active communities. Yeah, I mean, it's going to take active communities to control the state in all cases, right? Like, that's the position that we find ourselves in right now. What you might call grassroots politics. Like, I think we've entered a unique place in our politics, because not unique, but definitely different than what's happened in the past. Like, in the past, our politics has been, there is a party. What party are you going to join? And now we are in a position where we have to say, do not involve yourself with those parties. Destroy those parties, in fact. And if you want to engage in electoralism, you have to create new parties and get involved in something new and different. Because, like, the Democrats and the Republicans and the NDP and the Liberals and the Conservatives and the Greens are just not going to help you. They're not interested in helping you. If they were interested in helping you, they would tell you how they're going to help you, right? And the only thing they have to say is, let's do more of the same, which doesn't work, because if it did work, it would already be working. Omnis Veritas says, but I'm from East Germany. I don't trust anyone to have the power of the state. The people of the GDR were based before they were in power. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the tension of the conversation. The history of East Germany is somewhat heartbreaking, right? Like, I think that East Germany had a good thing going for a period of time there before the Soviet Union retracted and East Germany was folded back in to broader Germany. Like, you're talking to a guy who genuinely thinks Germany should not exist as a state. That the erection of the Nazi state and the Nazis is reason enough to dismantle Germany, and that Germany should not exist as a state. That East Germany should have remained an independent body, that West Germany should have been broken down even further into smaller chunks. Because Germany, like, no, if you're going to erect the Nazis and you're going to do what the Nazis did, you just don't get to be a state any longer. Of course, the rehabilitation of Germany, the rehabilitation of the Nazis, was done pretty steadily by the West and by America, right? The Nazis were allowed to sit in positions in NATO. The Nazis were recruited into the CIA, these sorts of things. And so the reunification of Germany is, in my view, a Western project to rehabilitate Nazis. Omnis Veritas says, and you're talking to a guy who thinks no state should exist as every state has something, of course, less or worse, of their own Nazis. Yeah, I mean, I understand the reason why anarchists think the way they do, but there just comes a moment where the rubber meets the road, right? Like how do you do this? What are the actual nuts and bolts, reality-based policies that you can follow through with in order to actually make this vision of the abolition of states be manifested into reality? And simply waving a wand and saying, because I want to, is just not going to make that, it's just not going to work, right? It doesn't work. And it doesn't work for a very clear reason, because powerful states will just come in and claim you. They're not just going to stand there and watch you do it and just be like, huh, okay, well, looks like our neighbors are now just a loose coalition of non-organized horizontal power structures. Well, I guess we'll just peacefully trade. Like, that's since when? If you're interested, look up Wade Sidlung Wadlitz. Sure. Wade Sidlung Wadlitz. Wade Sidlung was the secure housing zone for the leaders of the German Democratic Republic in Brno bei Berlin, Brandenburg, from 1960 to 1989. It housed the most senior party members of the ruling Socialist Unity Party of Germany in relative luxury near Wandlitz. Nowadays, the community is treated by Germans as a symbol of the elite in the SED party when it ruled East Germany. Communist state, yeah. Okay, that's fun. I don't know why we looked that up, but like socialist housing for people in the party. We sort of expect that kind of thing. Garden State writes, I admire anarchists, but many Western anarchists are just rad libs, at least those on the internet. Like, look, I get it. Like, people are, uh, uh, people have hopes and dreams, right? That's what it is. That's all it is. It's just people have hopes and dreams. People are like, I want the world to look like this, right? Okay, well, cool. How do you get there? How do you go there, right? And it just doesn't look like there's a plan. Baldy McNose here. Hello, John. Also streaming on Thursdays going forward. I am only streaming on Thursdays going forward. I have moved to Thursdays because that makes more sense with my life. Just the most selfish reason possible. I just wanted to. Joe writes, the state is not going to disappear. We need to get it working on behalf of the working people, not the already rich. Sounds impossible, though. Yeah. How do we get the corporate lobbyists out of the equation? Like, I mean, a big problem or a big reality is that we do need to go through a fairly major cultural shift, right? Like, there's just too many people in the world who accommodate bad ideas, right? They just accommodate these ideas and they think like, well, there's something to it, I guess. But they haven't just accepted that, no, these are bad ideas that don't work, right? And like, I'm as guilty as anybody else of getting into like the hyperbolic conversation of like these psychopaths and all that kind of stuff, right? But the truth is, it's just a mathematical formulation. Like, it doesn't matter how good your billionaires are; they can't possibly accommodate the needs and demands of millions of people. It's just not possible. Right? You can't Shark's Den your way out of it. You can't just have a group of oligarchs sitting there and have people come up to them and be like, "This is my problem, my lord," and have the lords be like, yes, I see how that is a real problem. Well, let us dispense. Like, it's just not going to work. Just in a basic nuts and bolts sort of way. That you need to have a power structure that actually empowers people at the most basic levels. That people have to have access to resources. People have to be able to solve their own problems, right? And if you extract all the wealth out of them and say that the only solution you have available to yourself is to try to sell yourself to a billionaire, well, it's just not going to work. And in just a nuts and bolts kind of a way, it just doesn't function. That if you want to have a functioning civil society, you've got to start with the proposition that people should be able to solve their own problems. And the best way to make sure that people can solve their own problems is that they have access to resources to be able to do it. Spaceman writes, a whole ass cultural revolution. I'm careful to not say things like cultural revolution because, like, cultural revolution, there's an inquisition side of it that I think is unpopular. People don't really go for it, but people definitely do need to have like an awakening. There does need to be like it's so funny that right now woke is used as a pejorative. It's just such an idiocracy moment, right? Like, it's like making fun of people for doing math correctly. Like, it's this anti-intellectualism that exists in American culture. It's this idea that says if you're intelligent and you know something, then we should make fun of you. Like, we have to actually pay attention to what's actually correct, right? That reality exists, and we should start with that premise that reality in fact exists, and we should acknowledge what the universal needs of everybody is based in reality. And instead, we're still clinging hold of like books and phrenology and all kinds of dumb shit. Dingballs writes, it has to be to establish an economic network binding nation states initially in terms of equitable trading practices and markets initially taking the inequity of global capital exploration that has bound the global majority, breaking the petrodollar hegemony of the Western imperial class. We are seeing the rise of the global south in BRICS. Oh yeah, I've got some great China articles here. And somebody, streamer iShadow Speed is really opening people's eyes about China right now. Have you been seeing this stuff? I have not, but it's not hard to believe that. Like, as China ascends, and it is in ascension. XD writes, "I show speed" is the correct. Thank you for that. China is on a major ascension, right? And it's on a major ascension, and people are beginning to notice it, right? It's on the ascension that it is on because of the structure of its ruling system, and that the structure of the ruling system throughout the West essentially exists in order to maintain slavery and monarchy. That's the reason. That's the structure of why the systems exist as they do. Like here in Canada, our system was created by a monarch and a fur trading company, and the monarch is dead, and the fur trading company is bankrupt. So too will their system fall into decay. And the purpose of the system was to maintain the monarchy and maintain the profits of that corporation, the Hudson's Bay Company. Like, and they exist for no other reason, right? Like the American Constitution was written by colonial slavers in order to increase colonialism and increase slavery. That's the reason why it exists. And anytime there's been pushback from humanity, from the populace, any changes that they have made to these documents have been made with the full force understanding that the purpose is to maintain systems of slavery as much as possible. Like, we know we're not going to get rid of wage slavery. We are actually going to put in loopholes to make sure that we can use prison slavery. Like, oh, and big shock, who are the primary prison slaves? The old chattel slaves. So China's system was put in place by revolutionaries who were throwing off the shackles of imperialism, who were forging a new system and a new method of how to live based on communist principles. And so they erected a system that wanted to support that. And it's been successful. And it's going to continue being successful. And the major method that they have used in order to ensure its success is that they consider governance as something that needs to be taught and vetted. Here in the West, it's literally a population contest. If you can just convince somebody to let you govern, you win. And your ability to actually do the job is not ever questioned. Like, it's questioned, but it's never tested. So you're always in this position where, like, as long as you can convince the most gullible people you've ever met in your life that you can be a good governor, then you can be a good governor. And there's this sort of manic belief that exists in the West that says the people are always right. And no, they're not. They're just not. And because there's no vetting system, right? You just end up with Donald Trump. You end up with just losers and lunatics, right? And you end up with shysters and con men, because these shysters and con men just find different ways to pitch the same bad ideas. And so what happens is you end up with, like, Donald Trump elected into a position of power. Well, the Chinese system is like, no, like, we're not just going to allow the populace to vote for the president and in a popularity contest. That we are going to select our leadership through an enormous vetting project. Like, the current leader of China, Xi Jinping, went through this enormous vetting project. And it's always the same. They take them and they put them in, like, a village or a town, right? They spend some time there. They give them positions within the party, right? Because they're checking to see if they're competent or capable, right? And there's a constant back and forth and a constant conversation and a constant checking in and making sure, like, and then you talk to the people that they governed, and if they do a good job, then you move them over, and eventually they're in a province, right? And then eventually they're in a large major city, right? That it's this long process of gaining trust and showing competence and showing that you are actually dedicated to the purpose of your position, which is to improve the quality of life for the citizens. And there's also the reality, like the party system in the West is inherently antagonistic. That one party will come in and destroy the projects of the previous party, and so there's this constant reinventing of the wheel that happens in Western democracies, where one group might actually be getting something forward and might actually be doing a long scale project, and then another party comes in and just smashes it and destroys it. The cleanest example of this is Jimmy Carter puts solar panels on the White House, and Reagan comes in and removes the solar panels. Right, just a very basic idea of like forward, back, right, forward, back, and that always exists in the West. And of course, as the neoliberal project has gone in, like it used to be the case that there was actually like forward, back, right, forward, back, right, and then it was like forward, back, and now it's literally no forward motion whatsoever, back, forward, back, right, and that's the inherent nature of Western democracies, because Western democracies fall prey to capitalists, and the natural position of the capitalist class is as slavers, right? They want slaves, and so they're constantly trying to regress the society back towards slavery. Whereas in China, right, the way the way that it is structured, there's a passing of the baton, right? So Mao passes the baton to Deng, who passes the baton to Tao, who passes it to Zemin, who passes it to, I think I might have reversed those two, who passes it to Xi Jinping. And that they build atop one another. That without Mao, you don't get Deng. Without Deng, you don't get Xi Jinping. Right? That one builds off of the other, and that it's a trajectory upwards, which is why China is experiencing this just enormous exponential growth, because instead of spending any time tearing down the previous administration in any kind of serious way, they're always building on it. And I have come to imagine Chinese society as and Chinese governance as a garden, right, that has grown, or a tree that has grown, and then you'll have offshoots from the tree, and those just die and fall off and need to be pruned as the tree itself grows. But at no point do they ever top the tree. That the tree is constantly growing, and sure, you'll have offshoots, and sure, you'll have bad ideas, and sure, you'll have experiments, and sure, you'll have that, and those just die off and get cut off as the garden or as the tree continues to grow, right? As your garden grows, so too do weeds, and then you either pluck the weeds or the weeds will die. And there's a pruning the garden happening right now in Chinese society and Chinese culture that is becoming more and more evident. That for the last decade, as China has reached an ascendancy, right, as it has reached the sort of place where the West has been for a little while, there has been a fake nonsense narrative that the hacks and frauds in the society have been trying to promulgate, which is that China is successful because of capitalism. This, of course, is obviously false. If Chinese capitalism was its success, then we should do what they're doing. Why don't we do what they're doing? Oh, we don't do what they're doing because that's socialism. Got it. So it's socialism, as the Chinese say. Got it. And because what we're focused on in our society isn't a science, it's a religion now, we're following our dogma to our grave. And so that narrative is beginning to die off. And more people are beginning to see and realize that what's happening in China is happening because China has been pursuing socialist policies and has been constantly been circling back around to its source material and has constantly been looking at its previous leadership, both Deng and Mao, and constantly asking itself, how do we continue this project forward? What is the vision for a China? What is the future, right? And so in 10 years time from now, it's actually going to be embarrassing. Like, China is going to have a base on the moon. Like, China is doing things like putting satellites into space, a solar station in space that could generate practically endless power. Like, the things that China is going to do, it's going to make us look like we're playing with Tinker Toys. Like, it's going to make us look childish. We are going to look stupid. And the capitalists are still going to try to convince us that their religious ideology is correct, when it's obviously a religious ideology that has failed and is going to continue failing. Sorry, guys. There's some people chirping outside. Does this mess with the way I look? Kind of would like to get some sunlight on me. I'm going to do it anyway. So, as China begins its, as China continues its growth, right? Like, there are these bullshit narratives that are coming out of the West that are saying, well, China's just going to plateau now. China's going to plateau now, right? Sure, it had its growth, now it's going to plateau. And why do they say it's going to plateau? Well, because the capitalist structures within the society of China are failing, right? But the Chinese always knew that, right? Chinese structures always fail. They always fail. Sorry, I said Chinese structures. Capitalist structures always fail. Capitalist structures always fail. And the Chinese are aware of this. And so as they fail, right, they are going to prune the garden. They're going to pick the weeds. They're going to cut off the branch. They're going to make sure that the dead ends are no longer moving forward in the garden that is Chinese society. And Joe writes, their religious ideology makes it impossible to learn from other countries. Yes, exactly, right? If what you are doing is following a religious dogma, and that's what capitalism is now, it's a religious dogma, that the people who are actually talking about capitalism scientifically are Marxists, right? That if you actually look at the structure of capitalism and do an analysis of capitalism from a structural scientific standpoint and then create a plan for how to move forward, then you're a Marxist. But if you actually say the system of capital is good and we have to follow through on these, well, then you have your religious ideology, which is like phrenology. It's just based on nothing. It was an idea at one point. But if somebody was trying to convince you that phrenology was still a functioning system today, you would be like, this is a religion. And you would say so instantly. You wouldn't even think about it. Yeah, dude. The measurement of my cranium, that definitely tells you whether or not I'm an intelligent person, right? Sure. And yeah, so the growth of China, its continued growth, so what's super important for the West is to try to convince their own citizens that reality isn't happening. That's the most important thing for Chinese, for the West right now, is to propagandize their citizens so heavily that people don't acknowledge reality exists, and that when they think of China, they think of the Uyghur genocide, this myth that has been propagated into the society, or they think of like ancient China, right? Or they think of Shen Yun, China before communism kind of stuff. They don't actually look at China as it is now. They don't actually look at what's going on actually in China, actually as it exists in reality. And so the West is going to spend like billions, if not trillions of dollars on this propaganda net system because it's all they have left. And what's fascinating to see is that that system instantly fails the moment it is challenged. The moment anybody actually talks to anybody from China, the moment anybody sees a Chinese city, the moment anybody actually has communication. Like one of the most important cultural exchange moments that happened in recent history was the red note moment, right? So because the West was going to ban TikTok, because we're not very smart, we're very dim-witted people. And the reason why we were going to ban TikTok is because TikTok was allowing people to express the truth about what's going on in Palestine. So they were going to ban it so that people couldn't learn the truth about what's going on in Palestine from the source, which in many cases was literally the IDF. So their idea was we're going to ban it. Okay, well then a huge segment of the population said, oh, if you're going to ban TikTok, then we're going to download a Chinese app called Red Note, which is a reference to Mao Zedong's Little Red Book, which is essentially Chinese TikTok. And so a bunch of people did this, right, on a lark, right? There was a like collective move that the ruling class did not predict and were too stupid to stop. And so what happened is that all of a sudden you have a whole lot of Westerners having genuine conversations with people living in China. And you had these conversations, and I think the most powerful conversations that happened were Chinese people asking Americans, hey, our government says that you have to pay for ambulances. That can't be true, right? And seeing these Americans verify that what the Chinese government had been saying about America was actually true. And so not only was it this eye-opening moment for these Americans who saw what Chinese society actually was like and saw how it was vastly better than the life that they were living, not only did they see that, it was also a moment where the Chinese themselves had verified for them that, oh, my government is telling me the truth. My government is actually not lying to me. And so you have a sudden, not just a weakening of American positions and American ideas, but a strengthening of Chinese ideas. So we actually have a study, right? This is from the 2025 Edelman Trust Barometer, where people trust media and where they don't. So if you live in Japan, the Japanese have a 33% trust of their media, which that means that 33% of the people in Japan are absolutely deluded. In Canada, it's a 52% or 52%, right? So half of the people in Canada are absolutely deluded and demented. Half of them are like, yeah, I don't trust my media. And of course, the United States has a trust of its media 42%, right? Oh yeah, bad showing by Canada for sure, but it plays. It makes sense. About half the people you meet are disconnected from reality. Same with the United States, 42%. I don't know why anybody trusts their media in any Western country. at this point. All they've ever done is lie. But then you go over and look in China, right? China's trust of media, 75%. Why do you think that is? Right? Is it, as I've been saying of Canada and the United States, because 75% of the people in China are delusional? Well, or is it that China is not a capitalist run propaganda system, and that they're actually telling the truth to their citizens? Right? And this is becoming something of a truism about Chinese society, right? Chinese people talk about how they're much more highly satisfied with their government. There was a poll from Harvard where they did like a 20-year poll of China, and they found that not only was there high levels of trust in the government, as high as 90%, that trust was actually improving over time. Like you just don't get this kind of stuff. You don't get this kind of thing from the West. It doesn't exist. And it's for exactly the reason why you think. The capitalist class is highly incentivized to lie to you about what's going on, because their goal is to return the society back to slavery. If they can make you work for nothing, right? If they can give you like a subsistence living where they give you a bowl of gruel and a mug of mead, and have you accept that, they will. It's this constant, continuous decline and regression back towards slavery. That's their goal. That's their agenda. That's what they want. And they're constantly moving forward on it. And to get you to try to accept that, they are going to fund massive propaganda systems in order to convince you that this regression and this decline is natural and inevitable and unstoppable. That it's not because they're choosing to do it, it's just, this is just how it is. This is just how life is. There's nothing you can do about it. Right? And of course there's something we can do about it. We obviously know that there's something to be done about it. It's obviously the case. Joe writes, and how do we remove these incentives from the system? They seem to have a lock on things. Well, it's because we keep participating in it. Like, if everybody walked off their job and just surrounded the parliament and said, we're no longer working for you, right, that would actually be the end of it. Like, this is the thing that I think, like, it is not hyperbolic to say, right? Like, we are the ones that have the power. The issue is that we are not organized and we are not collected together, and there isn't a collective understanding. Like, if people walked into grocery stores and just started taking the food off the shelves, like if thousands and thousands of people simultaneously did this, that would be the end of it. The lock that the system has is based on fear. It's a fear-based system. They have control of the food supply. They have control of the shelter, right? And if the society wants to move away from these systems of control, then it just needs to stop participating in it. Like, stop paying taxes, stop paying rent, stop paying for groceries, right? Go to the source. Now, of course, easier said than done, right? Easier said than done. But those solutions are going to become more and more viable as the society decays and collapses. Like, right now, it seems impossible because there is these like linkages. There is these linkages. What we would call globalism, right? Everything seems so highly unified, but it's going to fall apart. There's going to be a balkanization that happens, and as it begins falling apart, it's going to become more and more possible for actual left-wing ideas and actual left-wing movements to take control of things, right? And it's not going to be clean, right? It's not going to be easy, but it's going to happen because there just eventually comes a point where humans want to live a decent life, and they are coming to understand that these capitalists are not going to deliver that for them. That we had this little moment of it, right? We had this little moment of it in the West when the New Deal came in. But the capitalists did a pretty good job convincing everybody that the reason why the New Deal was successful was because of capitalism and not in spite of it. That the boomers got convinced that it wasn't collective action and collective institutions that led to their success, but it was their own initiative and their own intelligence, right? Like that's why the New Deal has been dismantled, because the boomers convinced themselves that it was their own greatness that was responsible for everything. Garden writes, unfortunately, in the West, we as a society fear our neighbors more than our overreaching bosses. Absolutely. I think that's absolutely the case. Like, JT, good to see you. Joe writes, it is inevitable. They can push only so hard before everyone breaks. Look, this is basic. This is like a Karl Marx 101 position, right? Like, eventually the capitalists will demand higher and higher profits, and they will reduce wages and increase prices so much that the people who are responsible for producing the goods will no longer be able to afford them. That's just how it goes. And you see it happening, right? It is happening. And eventually, you're just going to have like Walmart, Amazon, right? These places are just going to shut down. They're just going to leave because they're not going to be able to be profitable to the degree that the capitalists want, which of course is infinite and endless. And so there is an extraction process going, a transfer of wealth from the populace into the hands of these small-minded billionaires who eventually will just abandon all of us. And so my feeling, like one of the funniest things that people have always said is, if you raise taxes on the rich, they'll just leave. And it's like, yeah, that's the point. Like, that's what I want. I want these people to, it would be in their best interests if they left, in fact, instead of face what I have planned for them. Like, oh, so they're going to sell their assets, sell all their properties, sell everything they have, face whatever taxation we're going to give them, and then leave. Yeah, good. That's a win across the board for everybody. I don't know why anybody would ever. But if you take the medicine, the parasite will die. Yeah, that's the point. Like, what's Inverted? Good to see you, my man. It's not even a communist thing at this point. It's common sense. Yeah. No, but like, there's not much sense in common sense these days, right? Like, I think that it is like one of the things I've really come to believe, and I'm sure it'll come out as some like CIA document or something, but I think that people have been infected by trigger words. Like, you can talk to like hard right conservative voters and they sound like communists. Like, all of them sound like communists. And then the moment you say the word communism, they just lose their ability to think. They just disconnect from reality and just disappear into emotional land. And I think that's like, this is the only conspiracy theory I genuinely entertain, which is that I think the CIA has hypnotized people with trigger words. Words like welfare, right? Words like socialism, communism. I think that these are trigger words for people. And the moment they hear them, they lose their capacity for intellectual thought. And I think that's on purpose. Because if you lose your ability to think intellectually or rationally or soberly, then you can't be negotiated with. Right? You just turn into a raving lunatic. Yeah, people are taking out loans to just eat food and drink water to survive. That's their answer to the increase in prices of services, loans. Yeah, which just degrades the trust in the financial system itself and the financial sector, right? Like, when the collapse happens, it's going to be furious. Joe writes, one of the widowed Walmart heiresses with a personal fortune of over 17 billion just put an ad in the New York Times protesting Trump's lack of decorum. Not that it is obscene that their workers are mostly poor, but that Trump isn't nice enough to our allies. Yeah, like, I'll say it over and over and over and over and over again until probably the day I die. Billionaires will spend hundreds of billions of dollars to, if it means they get a 1% increase in their portfolio, and they'll trade your life for it. Like, your life is not worth anything to them. Garden State, Trump is saying that economic downturn is needed to rebuild America. Many of his supporters are furious. Yeah. Well, look, I've said it about Trump before. I'll say it again. And I'll continue saying it. Trump is interested in Trump. Full stop. He has no vision for America. He has no vision for the future. He does not care about the people who supported him. He does not care about the citizens of America. He does not care about a planet or a legacy or anything. He does not care. The only thing that Trump cares about is Donald Trump. Full stop, nothing else. Nothing else. That the reason why I hammer on that point so hard is that people want to believe that, well, he must care about something to at least a modicum of it. No. Donald Trump cares about Donald Trump. Full stop. He does not care about the people of Iran. He doesn't care if Israel gets wiped off the map tomorrow. It doesn't matter to him. Right? It literally doesn't matter to him. The only thing he cares about is himself. And so when he looks at what's going on in Israel, he thinks to himself, oh, I could build a really sick hotel on the beaches of Gaza and put my name on it. And then everybody will know that I'm the big shot. Like, it really is that small and petty and silly. It really is like that. He has no other, like, the things that come out of his mouth do not relate to his desires. Like, they are utterly disconnected things. And if you are going to actually listen to the things he says and then believe them, then you are the sucker. And JT writes, it's how you can explain why Trump talks to Kim Jong-un and Putin and Xi in all these sort of meek ways. Like, yeah, he wants money for Trump. Trump wants a Trump hotel in Shanghai. Like, that's it. Like, this is the fullness of his ambition. He doesn't care. And so what he's doing in America is a pump and dump scheme. That's all it is. It's just a pump and dump scheme, right? He wants to collapse economies so that he can buy assets on the cheap. That's it. He wants you to get hyper invested in crypto so that you'll buy it high from him. And then when it collapses, because crypto inevitably will, he makes out like a bandit. Like, this This is his strategy. This is his goal. He wants money, wealth, power, and assets for Donald Trump. 0% of anything else. 0%. He's willing to destroy billions of people to do it. He doesn't care. And I'm really like, I just want you to flush out of your mind and your consciousness that Donald Trump at any point looks out at anything, anywhere, at any time and thinks, how would that be good for anything other than me? Like, we need to create stability in the region for, no, he doesn't care. We need to make sure that the next generation doesn't care. Like, he might say he cares, he does not. Like, he does not. He's not, and moreover, and I think that this is really important to understand, he isn't capable of caring. He doesn't have it within the sphere of his capabilities. When you pull up the character sheet of Donald J. Trump and look down the list and see attributes and feats, what is not included is caring about anyone else. And if that is something that you believe is inherent to all humanity, then he has a feat that says doesn't care about anyone but himself. Like, I just think that people, like, we want to believe that he has some kind of larger project and he doesn't. And that's the reason why I'm hammering on it so hard right now. There's somebody named Bisky over in Twitch. And you're a Canadian too. Welcome aboard, Bisky. Good to see you. Good opportunity to say like, share, subscribe, hit the bells, hit the whistles, donate, give money, all the things. Big shout out to my supporters, by the way. To the people who are actually donating. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's always a beautiful thing to know that there are people who are willing to put skin in the game. And hey, what the hey? If you're a guy that's donating $1 or a gal that's donating $1, maybe make it 2, right? Bisky writes, give money. Girl, I'm broke. Yeah, I value that. I appreciate that. Well, you're not broke enough to not do a like. Hit the like button. You can do it. Yeah, Joe writes, that was proven when he almost got his face blown off, and the first thing that came to his mind was, this will be great for me politically. Like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm like, you ever get that feeling that you're like circling the point, but you're not actually hitting the bullseye? That's how I feel with this. Like, I feel like I'm circling it, but I'm not actually like nailing it the way that it needs to be nailed. And it's because human being, like a person believes that everybody else is operating on with the same operating system that they are, right? People tend to just assume that the person that they're talking to has the same kind of degree of thinking or capability of thinking. Bloop, good to see you over on Twitch. Oh, well, thank you for the donation. Inverted. Although I don't really understand how bits work over on Twitch, but thank you all the like. Bisky writes, I don't want to make fun of someone how they respond to trauma, but Trump had the most interesting reaction. Most people would freak out. Yeah, I mean, like, it pays to remember that once you attain a certain level of wealth, you have brain damage. Like, the normal empathetic centers of your brain, the ability to your risk aversion centers, right, experience brain damage. Bisky writes, but how did Elon Musk only get brain damaged now? He's always been like this. You've just only started noticing. And like, and I'll say this, and I'm not trying to be condescending. Okay, please understand that when I say this, that Elon Musk put forward a lot of propaganda, right? Like the whole, like him being the next Tony Stark, or him being the real life Tony Stark. He's the new Thomas Edison, right? All of this was just bullshit propaganda that he funded himself to put out into the world, to project an image of intelligence, to project an image of being sane, rational, and competent. Bisky writes, always, 3 question marks, always Bisky. He has been this way all the time. Bisky writes, I don't know, I used to love him in 2018, the peak of his propaganda, right? The peak of his propaganda. He was in Marvel movies. Star Trek was referring to him as like an Earth genius. Like, so at the peak of his propaganda, you thought that he was cool. You fell for his propaganda, right? Like, and I'm not saying that in order to condescend to you or to have your heart broken or anything like that. That's just the truth. That he put out a whole propaganda image and you fell for it. Bloop writes, his raging ketamine addiction has definitely made it worse. Yeah. Like, he's falling apart, clearly. But, like, he's always been this way. Right? Like, the ketamine is making it more heightened. Right? Like, but he's always been a South African apartheid baby. He's always been that way. He's always been reacting out of a desire to get his father's love, which he never will get. Right? Like, his grandfather literally wrote pamphlets in support of South African apartheid. His father literally owned emerald mines in apartheid South Africa. It's not at all shocking. It's not at all shocking that as he has gotten into the position that he's gotten into, he is revealing himself to be a Nazi and a racist. Like, it's not at all shocking at all. And when you listen to his former wives talk about him, and you listen to people who get close to Elon Musk talk about Elon Musk, the major thing you walk away with is that, oh, he's always been like this. It's just now gotten so obvious and so in your face that you can't ignore it. And that, yeah, Bisky writes, no offense, but I'm shocked. I always wanted to marry him and everything. Yeah, Bisky, here's the big lesson. All right? Here's the big lesson. You are not immune to propaganda. That billionaires have the ability to spread enormous lies into the populace, even about themselves. That the narratives that the billionaire class wants told become the narratives that the populace comes to understand as true. And that it is our role as communists to begin from a position of skepticism. That if a billionaire or their politicians or their systems say something, we begin from a position of skepticism. We don't begin by accepting it as true on its face. We take the inverse and we say, you're probably lying. And the only time we accept that they are not lying is when we see sources for ourselves that verify what they're saying is true. Because this is how propaganda works. This is how propaganda works. And Bisky writes, the lesson is to never trust anyone mentally, especially as a college kid. Well, and Bisky, it gets worse. It gets so much worse, right? Does this apply to Barron Trump too? Because I like that guy. Bro. what you are really showing, okay, Bisky, is that something I talk about all the time on this channel, something I talk about all this time on this channel, is that the uh, uh, the education system is designed to vet out critics and vet people for obedience. That's what it's for, primarily. It doesn't teach you critical thinking skills. It doesn't teach you anything other than how to be subservient to power structures. That's the purpose of the education system. First and foremost, primarily, above all. And so let me be really clear, because you seem to like Barron Trump, okay? The criticism that we have is not about whether or not this guy or that guy is good. There's no such thing as a good billionaire. It's that the system of wealth accumulation itself, the reality of being a billionaire is itself abhorrent. That it is not possible to be a good billionaire. And someone like Barron Trump, let me get really specific. Like, Barron Trump, like, a person who becomes a billionaire experiences a transition into brain damage. You can see it a little bit with people like Joe Rogan, right? That the wealthier you get, the more detached, the more incapable you get to see reality. You dislocate, right? Barron Trump was born this way. He's born a billionaire. There is a 0% chance that this guy is going to be normal. There is a 0% chance that this guy is going to be wise or prudent. There is a 0% chance. Like, and as he gets older, it will become more obvious that the only way a billionaire can save themselves is by giving away their wealth. And the truth is that I don't actually know that much, right? I don't actually know that much about Barron Trump because he's just a kid and that he's just a victim of his circumstances, that the system of capital is going to turn him into the perfect capitalist, right? Just as detached, just as psychopathic, just as unhinged as his father ever was. Because that's what the system of capital does. That the only way to maintain your billionaire status is to deny the humanity of everybody that's making you a billionaire. It's the only way to do it. Biscuit, I don't click on links in the Twitch, so just know. I feel like Biscuit's got a real like crush on for Barron Trump. But like, people who are like this, right? People within the billionaire class, they can't have normal relationships. They just can't have normal relationships. It's just not possible for them. And Bisky says, it's okay to have a crush. You say so, Bisky. You say so. Just has a real like Edward Cullen vibe. That's all. It's just a real like, ooh, an ancient vampire preying on a teenager. Ooh, That's a normal thing. Joe writes, I don't care about being rich. Just not having to struggle constantly to stay afloat would be enough. Yeah. I think fundamentally all anybody really wants is just the resources to be able to have a decent life. That's all. Bisky writes, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! I am not preying on a teenager. Preying. No, no, no. I'm saying that he's Edward Cullen. You're not Edward Cullen. He's Edward Cullen. Like Barron Trump is destined to be a psychopath. It's just his destiny, and at this point he can't really avoid it. Like billionaires experience brain damage. They experience." Bisky writes, he's like Draco. I actually really liked Draco Malfoy. I'm sorry, Bisky. I don't mean to laugh, but it's like it's just such a liberal thing to do. It's so like we get our politics from Harry Potter kind of stuff. Like, but I think it's fair to say, like, you can have sympathy for someone like Barron Trump or someone like Draco Malfoy, but that doesn't absolve, and that the unfortunate circumstances of the situation that he finds himself in uh, only should lead you to a dismantling of the structure of the system. That the system that is generating Donald Trump's, that is generating Barron Trump's, that's what needs to be dismantled. Not just for the safety of the society or for you, but for this, but also for the safety of the people who accumulate the wealth and experience the brain damage and become these sort of vessels of a great dark evil. But basically, none of that matters. Like, none of that would prevent me from saying we should dismantle the system, right? Like, if there is a system in place that is generating Voldemorts and putting people like Draco in the positions that he's in, then we should dismantle that system. And that system, here in reality where we live, uh, is the system of capital. And it's a system that has been persisting in our society for centuries. And that we are now experiencing and reaching a point where that system is reaching its inevitable conclusions, which is that it consumes itself, and that it is putting the society into a generalized decline. And we can do something about it. We know what to do about it. And that there is a resistance to doing something about it, and that resistance is coming from this denial that what reality is, that reality isn't existing. Bisky writes, so you're saying it's the system's fault and not Barron's fault. I like that. That doesn't mean that Barron won't be dangerous. I think that's also important to understand. Right? Donald Trump is dangerous. Like, I can have sympathy and I can state that the system of capital is generating people like Donald Trump. Like, I'm not a hyper individualist, right? I don't believe that Donald Trump is where he's at because he has greatness, right? I think that he is the inevitable consequence of a system that's designed to generate people exactly like him. And I can have sympathy for a person who's living this kind of life, but that doesn't mean that he's not dangerous, right? That he'll use you. Like a man like Barron Trump will use you and drain what he wants from you and then toss you aside. that you are just a commodity to a man like him, and not much of anything else. Like Joffrey. Yeah, like Joffrey. Like, you can imagine a child born into wealth and privilege, like Joffrey Baratheon was. Joffrey Baratheon was a fucking psycho, right? And an idiot. But you can see how if this person was lifted out of those circumstances and those material conditions and put into more humble circumstances and more humble conditions, that could engender inside of that person a sense of humility, something that Joffrey Baratheon simply doesn't have. And so our goal should not be to remove one psychopath to replace it with another, change it from red to blue, like we do, right? It should be to completely reform the system itself, to ensure that there are no billionaires, to ensure that people cannot accumulate so much wealth that they can simply purchase the society. Bisky writes, no offense, but we shouldn't shame anyone for thinking someone else is cute. I think we should instead focus on empathy. Here, Bisky, here's my deep shame. And everybody, the regulars in the chat know all about it. I am deeply in love with Lauren Boebert. I would love to take Lauren Boebert out on a beautiful date. We could go see a movie. I for sure. I think that I would have an absolutely beautiful, wonderful time with Lauren Boebert. I think that we would have a lot to talk about. I think that we would have a lot of commonalities. I think we would enjoy the same kind of things. She obviously loves like popular cinema, which is great. And Bird is just like, you can fix her. No, I don't. It's not about fixing her. Okay, it's just about accepting people where they are and taking them to the movies. It's just true though. Like you can't deny the heart. It's just the truth. You can't deny the heart, and there is no reason to pretend as though your heart, what your heart is saying, isn't happening. And it's super cringy to admit it and super embarrassing. But you know what? I feel like that, like if now that you know my deep personal connection to the absolute gorgeous and beautiful Lauren Boebert, I feel like that softens what I've been saying. Content. So, if you want to have a crush on Elon Musk 2018, I get it. I do. Like, I get it. Right? It's not a bad-looking man. Back before we really knew he was a Nazi, right? Back before his trans daughter was like writing manifestos against him, you know? Back when he was like credibly standing up in front of people and being like, we're going to go to Mars, and everybody was like, Mars, money. Vivian does it better. Cotton, Vivian Musk. I get it. I get it. Bit young for my taste, but I understand. I understand. The relationship between these two is absolutely the best. It's just absolutely the best. It's like so obvious that Elon Musk does not have the emotional capacity to be able to handle it. And so he's just taking out all of his emotional angst about his trans daughter out on the society, right? Like all the like trans woke mind virus stuff is 100% because of Vivian, like for sure. And it's all like this just misdirected, redirected personal angst that he's having. Bisky. Okay, you know what? Here's just the reality, guys. Here's something true that's happening to me right now. I need you to understand this. To my regulars. This is the first time that I have encountered like a fangirl. Like usually it's like a bro, like a tech bro, right? Usually someone's in here trying to convince me that Elon Musk is smart and intelligent, an important person, right? An innovator, businessman, right? That kind of thing. This is genuinely the first time that I've encountered somebody that's just like, nah, bro, he's just cute. What a cutie patootie, right? He's just what a sexy man. That's the first time. That's a new one for me. And you know, I feel like I'm in a position where I don't really have much to say to that other than like, that's the cross we bear. That's just it. Sometimes you just look at a person and you're just like, yes. Like me with Lauren Boebert. I just look at Laura Boebert and I go, yes. And then I listen to the crazy things she says and I'm just like, lady, why do you gotta say that kind of, why do these crazy words need to come out of your beautiful chipmunk face? A lot of dudes have a crush on Tulsi Gabbard. Dude, I get that 100%. Are you kidding me? Tulsi Gabbard? I like where this stream is going today. Like, are you kidding? What a like silver fox. People have been really going after her like skin. Like she's had like a skin here. I've been seeing a lot of that. Shut up with your dumbass stupid like that. This is character. That's some little boy shit right there. That's straight up just like, her skin doesn't look like smooth porcelain or plastic. You mean like a person? She looks like a fucking person? Oh, shocker. No, dude. Tulsi Gabbard? Absolutely. Bisky is desperate to see pictures of Barron Trump. I love it. I love this, Bisky. Like, really embrace the darkness. Embrace the darkness of your soul. I just do need you to understand. This has real, like, Twilight vibes. Right? Anna Kasparian. Yeah, it's very good. No, this has super Twilight vibes. Like Barron Trump is going to be like an Edward Cullen kind of figure. It's like a dark vampire, right? Yeah, Joe, Elon Musk is no innovator. His image was a carefully crafted ruse. Yeah. I love it, dude. I'm saying Twilight as like a pejorative, Bisky, like as a negative. Like the relationship between Edward and Bella was very creepy, right? Like it's very odd. It's a very strange kind of relationship, and it's very weird that young girls are attracted to that. But there it is. Like, there it is. Oh my god, dude. This has been a great conversation. And Bisky, of course, has felt the need to clarify her position that she likes Jacob. What a phenomenal conversation. What a phenomenal conversation. What do I want to put up right now? This is what I want to put up. Inverted Mystics, right? I'm attracted to bad girls, so I get it. Yeah. Like, no, it's fine. I just think it's really funny that we've got somebody in the chat who is just trying to turn the whole stream into like a thirst trap video. Like one big gigantic thirst trap video. Like like somebody in here genuinely defending Baron Trump. Like we got a genocide happening in Israel. We've got potential war happening in Iran. We've got bombing happening throughout Yemen. We've got the decline of living standards across the Western world, the decline of Western civilization generally. We've got stagnating wages. We've got prices going out of control. We've got an avian flu ripping through, right? And what we want to be talking about is how hunky is Baron Trump. Oh my goodness! We should have like an entertainment. Like what did they wear? Baron Trump out of the town. Here on the red carpet, we see Eric Trump in a 1970s vintage outfit from Dolce and Gabbana. As you see, the cufflinks complement the shoes. Oh my god. Yeah, Content. I like Ares from, or Eris rather, from Hades 2, Crazy Little Demon. Yeah, I completely understand that. For sure. Like, the whole goth style, that, like, even somebody like Nicki Minaj's style, it's like, yeah, I get it. I understand. It's, this whole chat is just going to turn into just thirst traps. I can tell. Everybody's in for it. Everybody wants to be talking about thirst traps. Everybody's horny as hell and nobody's getting laid. And so everybody's just like... Canadian Snow Leopard says, as an ace, I don't get any of it. I don't understand your comment. Sorry, bud. Well, this has thoroughly derailed the chat completely. Oh, asexual. Yes. Dude, the asexuals, I feel like I should have been able to put that together. The asexuals, man, what a great life you guys must be living. Like, the rest of us must be very confusing to you. You must be looking at all of us being like, what the fuck are you all doing? And I gotta tell you, every so often, I definitely have that feeling of just like, yep, yeah, what the fuck are we all doing? We're all just like locked in. We're all locked in. Like there has to be times in an asexual's life where like you're with a group of people who are male, right? Or female. I think it could go both ways, but let's say in this case it's male. You're with a group of them, and then all of the sudden, a member of the opposite sex will like walk by, right? And then all of a sudden that group of men will just cease to be present in whatever it was you were doing, right? And then all attention will just vanish. And there has to be this moment where like the asexual is sitting there being like, what's, and then like you look over at what they're looking at and you see this woman and you're like, nice dress, I guess. Like, what are we doing here? And then eventually there just has to be a moment where you put it together, what's going on. Then you just kind of sit and wait for it to pass. Right? And then once it passes, things can kind of simmer back down and you can continue what it was you were doing. I just think that that's the funniest thing ever. That just must be a funny mode of living in the world. That's all. Bisky, can you appreciate a beautiful Baron? I think I'm good, dude. I think I'm happy to move on. Yeah, Carden State chat should read up on Why Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism by Christine Godsey. Yeah, it turns out that if you make everybody safe, ensure that they have access to basic resources, make it so that people don't feel like they're going to plunge into homelessness at any moment, that they loosen up a bit. Yeah, who knew? Who knew? Yeah, Joe writes, we're trying to figure out how to change this friggin' mess we think is a civilized society. I mean, I don't think that I am the guy who's looking to change. I mean, I would, but I think that the force of what's happening, I'm really here to just deliver catharsis. Like, that's all, right? I'm just here to deliver catharsis. That people come in here, I think, in a state of despair, angst, depression, or denial. And then I really am here to just be like, it's okay, man. Like, the thing that's happening is happening. You're right. That's correct. But we can accept that and still not, and not go crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Like, this is exactly right, Joe. Like, what Joe you're talking about, that's what this channel is all about. I have a good friend I can't talk to at times because he's constantly making excuses for Trump, Musk, and their blatant plutocracy, right? Yeah. Like, that's the tough part about being alive in this society that we're in, that we have to live with one another, but things have degraded and decayed so badly that that there are just certain opinions that are no longer tenable to really hang on to. Like, when Elon Musk did the Nazi salute, that was the end of him, as far as I'm concerned. That you cannot adulate and hold Elon Musk up as a figure that we should be paying attention to, and maintain your credibility as a thinker of any sort. That you become a Nazi apologist. And that's just the truth. And so the people who are willing to stand up and say, oh, that wasn't a Nazi salute that he did twice, even though he never denied it, And then he immediately, literally days later, after he did that, those Nazi salutes, days later, he went to a rally of a far right Nazi adjacent Nazi party, who he funds. Mayor of Osterberg. It's a fun name. America has been experiencing decline in inflation since Trump took office. Yeah, Trump's been in office for 2 months. Like, Trump is not the end all be all of why the society is in decline. He's definitely an accelerationist, though. Like the decline of America is going to certainly accelerate because of what Donald Trump is doing and because of his policies, without a doubt. Bisky says, no offense, but I have friends that are Trump fans. Yeah. No, they're like, there's enough people out there who like Donald Trump that he's the president. So of course they exist. But I think the thing, like, you're not going to see support for Trump from me. Like, it's just not the case. Donald Trump is not your ally, and just because you like Donald Trump doesn't mean he's going to ever try to help you. Right? That in Donald Trump's view, you are just a means to an end. That he only needs your vote, and now that he has it, he doesn't think about you at all. Yeah, Joe writes of Elon Musk at the ADF rally, the Nazi rally. Yeah, they had his face up on the huge screen. It was very Big Brother. Yeah, it was very Big Brother. It had that kind of energy. And I'm glad to see that Elon Musk's support for Tesla across the board has basically cratered across Europe, because one of the things that I think people in America forget, Europe experienced World War II. Europe experienced the Nazis. For us, the Nazis are something of an abstraction that we didn't really experience them. The Europeans experienced them and experienced the disaster and experienced the destruction. So to see a billionaire South African apartheid Nepo baby who is building his wealth in America come over to Europe and fund and support a Nazi party in Germany, it's a big red flag. Mayor of Osterberg says, why do I think Elon Musk is a Nazi? Because I have eyes. At Trump's rally, he did 2 Nazi salutes. Many of his, if you read his Twitter feed, he's deeply racist, an obvious white supremacist. He supports war abroad. He has said publicly that we will coup whoever we want. Many of the leaders throughout Latin America have responded directly to Elon Musk and take him as a very threatening person to their sovereignty. And then most importantly, right, he funds and backs and speaks at the rallies of a far-right Nazi party in Germany, which is the ADF. And so we really are to a point. We really are at a point. So, Mayor of Osterberg, I want you to understand something right now, right? You are wading into Rule 3. I have 3 rules on this chat, right? No Nazism or Zionism. So explicit support for Nazism or Zionism gets you banned immediately, because Nazis should not have a voice in the conversation. Rule 2 is just don't insult me. So don't be insulting, right? And then Rule 3 is if you insist on dislocating from reality, if you insist on spreading flat eartherism, for example, in the chat, and you insist on continuing with that, I'll just get rid of you. So what you're doing now is Nazi apologetics, right? Elon Musk is a Nazi. It is nakedly obvious. And acting as a Nazi apologist will absolutely get you banned. Because I'm not interested in having a conversation or a debate with somebody who is either a Nazi apologist and a Nazi and is just trying to cover for their Nazi friends, or is so absolutely clueless that they enter the field of flat eartherism. So you can pick which one you'd like to be banned for, but that's how you're going to get banned from this place. Because Elon Musk is 100% a Nazi. He does Nazi salutes. He funds Nazi parties. And if your apologetics for him is that, no, he's just talking about libertarianism and freedom of speech, then you should be asking the question, why is a Nazi talking about libertarianism and freedom of speech? To what benefit does it have for a Nazi to talk about those things? Because Elon Musk is a Nazi. Stop pretending like he's not. Can I show you? It's like one of the most popular images on the internet. His own daughter says that he's a Nazi. Okay. Like, where you been, bud? And you can go find the video, right? I can't show videos on my stream. I get demonetized for showing videos. But this isn't like this isn't like you know, somebody just waving and then they catch a frame of it. Like, he literally like does the Sig Heil, just straight up hits the chest, boom. Then he turned around and did it again, right? And then, so that's the Nazi, well, salute. You know what, bud? I think we're good. We're into Nazi apologetics now. You're just playing dumb. You're either playing dumb or you're too stupid to talk to. Get out of here. No. That was just a Nazi pretending like he wasn't a Nazi. Just wasting everybody's time. That's not Nazism. That's a thing that should be completely acceptable. Yeah, we should completely accept Nazism as a thing as long as we call it libertarianism. Yeah. I have very strong opinions about trans people, by the way. So, we're good. Bisky, I'm not ignoring the Twitch chat. Just waiting for the Twitch chat to say something super interesting. Google, Tesla, alcohol. That's a new one for me. Yeah. Chuds who play dumb or do massive mental gymnastics to redefine what counts as a Nazi is common as fuck. Yeah. No, he's just playing dumb. Yeah. Like, can you prove it? It's literally the most popular photo on the internet. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you've been living under a rock, my man? So, just wasting everybody's time. And then, like, the one thing that I think is worth reiterating over and over again is his support for a Nazi party, which is the ADF. Like, the ADF has been fined on several occasions for promoting Nazism and using Nazi slogans in Germany. Like, long defined, good to see you. XD, people like Mayor are the bulk of the conservative base. Yeah. And like, it's getting obvious. Like, there was a period of time, as early as 2 years ago, right? There was a period of time when people could have plausible deniability with this stuff, but that's over. If you're going to act that way, you're a Nazi. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. He follows a Boer account, right? Like, no. Very famously, he said on Twitter of the Bolivian coup, we will coup who we want. And then he has the audacity to go on Rogan and pretend like, no, I'm not a Nazi. Nazis support war and genocide. It's like, you support the Israeli genocide, the Palestinian genocide. You support coups in Bolivia. What are you talking about, you fucking Nazi? And so what we have now is we've got Joe Rogan acting as a Nazi apologist, right? And we are at a point now, right? I want it made really clear that the way I acted to this mayor fellow is how we should be acting to people. This whole playing dumb shit is over. This whole like pretending as though it's just it's Nazism. It's nothing but Nazism, and it's disgraceful and it's disgusting. We should call it Nazi apologetics. We should call people Nazi collaborators. We should call the people who do the Nazism Nazis. And pretending like something else is happening means that you either A, are a Nazi, or B, are too stupid to discuss things with. Bisky writes, I had a class that talked about the rise of fascism and all the tactics they used. It was very scary because we all made the connection that Trump is following the tactics that Trump did, that Hitler did, that Goebbels did. Yeah. No, like the Goebbels playbook for propaganda is the Conservative Party playbook. It just is. And we are watching Nazism rise in this country, and we're just allowing it to happen. Joe writes, Twitter X, my friend believes, has more truth on it than any other platform. Your friend is dumb. Like, I'm sorry, man. Your friend is just a stupid person. Like that's just the hard and fast truth of it. Like the has more truth on it. Like it has more people revealing themselves. I think that's true. Like if you define truth as what I believe, then it's got a lot of that going on. Where sure, there's lots of people who are telling you what they think about things in a very open way, and so that's truth. But it doesn't have a lot of like objective reality on it, right? So it's got a lot of people confessing. Joe writes, his rationale is that because the government doesn't regulate it, so that's why. Like, so that should mean that the healthiest piece of food you'll ever eat is the one the government doesn't regulate, right? Right? The safest plane you'll ever fly on is the unregulated one, right? The best health care you'll ever receive is the unregulated one, right? Like it's just such a stupid way of looking at the world. Like just such a juvenile way of looking at the world that like, yeah, that cereal is unregulated, and so I guess sawdust is healthy. Like, just utterly detached from any reality that actually exists. Long Defiant writes, I'm still convinced Musk has multiple personality disorder. He needs help. I mean, I don't want to diagnose him. Like, I just don't think that's appropriate. But like, I think it's far more common that any ailment he suffers from is just that he's got this wealth accumulation. He's always been like this. And that it's just gotten worse as he's gotten more. Like, as he's been given more access, his general wealth-driven manic insanity is just augmented and heightened. Dingballs writes, Elon has some social disorder, probably, but Bisky writes, we could be looking at Barron Trump instead. I think Elon said he has autism. Yeah, I think he said that so that he can use it as an excuse for things like Nazi salutes. Yeah, Joe Rogan. Watching the decline of Joe Rogan has actually been really kind of heartbreaking. Because like when Joe Rogan gets started and when he does what he's doing, he is just like a goofy on the side nightclub comedian, like slash MMA announcer guy, having interesting conversations with interesting people, right? And the format, I think people are instantly attracted to the format because we were living in such we are still are living in such a soundbite society where you never really know who people are. And so Rogan was like sitting in front of people for 3 hours, having 3 hour long conversations. Uh, and I think it was very revealing. I think there was a lot of revealing that was going on. Um, and he always defended his, he would always have far right people on, but he always defended it by saying, we need to hear from everybody, right? That it was good speech beats bad speech was his theory, which is false, but that was his theory at least. And he, at least initially, would attempt to platform both people on the left and the right because he was living in Los Angeles. And so when you're in Los Angeles, right, there's lots of people who consider themselves politically on the left, right? And then you also have people on the right. And so you can have a larger kind of stuff. It's his move to Spotify and his move to Texas that really begins his descent. And he basically gets surrounded by right-wing kooks. He builds a little comedy club out there so that everybody can call Tony Hinchcliffe gay, and basically stops talking to people on the left entirely. Lives kind of in a secluded palace, right? And so his worldview steadily just decays and degrades into right-wing buffoonery and lunacy. And the only people who are willing to make the trek to go and talk to him, or the only people capable of it, are people who are already rich. So the only people he's ever talking to are other right-wing manic lunatics. And when you finally get somebody who has any kind of left-wing position, they just get marginalized, right? Like if he has a conversation with Bill Burr, like, so he just you can just laugh that off and just move on with your life. So this whole like good speech beats bad speech theory that Rogan has always run on just dies because the only people he ever talks to or platforms are people who are just going to suck his cock because it's just a moment to market yourself, and that's all it is, right? He's never once had a trans person on his show, right? How many times has he like literally just in the middle of a normal conversation with a comedian buddy of his been like, well, what about these trans people, eh? What about this trans person? Well, what about these trans people? Just revealing his like total fixation and his total transphobia. And the only thing anybody should say to him is like, yeah, man, you should probably have a trans person on your show, eh? And it's really telling that he doesn't. And there's a reason why he doesn't. Inverted writes, if Joe Rogan just pivoted and he went far down the rabbit hole, yeah, like, but this is just it. Like, I think Mystic, what you're saying, like, if Rogan pulled it back, like if he had a moment, like a little moment of like, oh man, I have gone down this rabbit hole, right? I can pivot, I can put it, like a little moment of introspection, like if he did a DMT trip the way he constantly says everybody should, but he's not going to do that. And the reason why he's not going to do that is because the wealth has given him brain damage, right? Like that's what wealth does. Once you accumulate enough wealth, you just get this brain damage that makes it possible. Did I see the time when Ben Shapiro got roasted by Andrew Neil? I don't remember the Andrew Neil conversation. It's not hard to roast Ben Shapiro. Like Ben Shapiro is the definition of a fraud. Like his entire platform was built on the idea facts don't care about your feelings. But there's nobody who's more emotional and hyper emotional and hyper deluded than Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro believes magic is real. He clutches onto a book that has magic in it that he thinks is real, and he says that this is the doctrine by which everyone should live their lives. It's not really difficult to roast Ben Shapiro. Like he's like a little boy who still thinks magic is real. It's real simple. No, there's a difference between being religious. Like, I have my religious position and I could discuss religion, but that's not what Shapiro does. Ben Shapiro says that magic is real. Like, that's the difference, right? Like, a religious person understands that magic and stories are symbolism and they're important to connect to, that we can have those conversations about this, and that because there is all this magic within these stories, that we shouldn't be forcing them on other people, right? That everybody has their stories and everybody has the magic within them, and what we're trying to do through the discussion of these religious documents and these stories that have magic in them is plunge deeper into the mystery of reality, asking the big questions about life. Why are we here? What is life about? What is the nature of reality? What is our relationship to reality? Right? Like that's what the religious pursuit is all about. That's not what Ben Shapiro does. Ben Shapiro says, my book has magic in it, therefore it is real, therefore these laws should be enforced on the populace. Because he's a little creepy Nazi, right? Well, he's a Zionist, technically, which is the same thing. But the idea that someone like Shapiro should be taken seriously, right? Like, the only reason Shapiro should be taken seriously is because he's popular and dangerous. That he has enough people who still take him seriously that you actually have to talk back to the lunacy that comes out of his mouth. But like he doesn't say intellectual or intelligent things. He just talks fast. That's all. Bisky writes, one time I woke up today and said, you know what I want? I want to talk to a political streamer while Elon Musk permanently does a Nazi salute while I simp over Barron Trump in the background. That's what reality has done to us today, Bisky. That's where we have found ourselves. Isn't that great? Isn't that just the who knew? Did you think that when you woke up today that this moment would be happening? Let's all take a moment and really appreciate. Because I got to tell you, Bisky, the last thing I was expecting today was to have somebody in my chat simping over Barron Trump. For sure. I definitely didn't see that one coming, man. I didn't think I'd be talking or thinking about Barron Trump at all today. Inverted Mystic says, it's easy to turn off your brain and talk fast. I bet you could do it too. Well, most of us do. Like, this poster I have behind me, right? When I discuss the spiritual self or the emotional self, I tend to refer to the chakra system. And the chakra system insists that energy starts at the base, right? It starts on the lower level. And energy goes up. And one of the things that I love to point out is that if energy starts at the base and goes up, well, then it hits your mouth before it hits your brain, right? And you can have like beliefs that have come into your emotional self and into your emotional body, and then they'll just come out of your mouth. You'll just regurgitate them, and you won't ever send that energy up here to have it actually computed, right? Like that sense of self introspection just never happens for many people. Bisky writes, in all caps, you guys, he's hot, okay? I said it. Barron Trump is hot. Ban me, okay? I'm not going to ban you, Bisky, for, I just think that it's kind of odd that you feel the need to continuously What's going on in the YouTube chat? Joe writes, it's very surreal to see this modern form of fascism be accepted by people who ought to know better. Yeah, that's it hasn't happened all at once. I think that's the big thing. That's the thing for us to remember, is that the left was really cajoled into no longer using Nazi or Nazism or fascism even as an identifier, and that means that the decay into fascism was done without comment for the longest time. And now that it is manifested in a way that is obvious, lots of people who have been experiencing the decay into fascism personally can no longer defend those positions, but they don't have other ideas, right? And the people who would normally challenge these ideas have been silenced and chased out of the conversation for decades. And so these new ideas are only being challenged now. Basically, I think that comment was directed. Ding says, well, having an affection for a disabled person is okay. I think that's just a sick burn on Elon Musk. Yeah. Joe writes, you're right, John. It frustrates the hell out of me. Garden State, Elon says he has autism so he can tweet the R word 40 plus times a day. Yeah, he's using autism as a shield, which is despicable, right? Like, it's despicable that he's using autism and autistic people as a shield for his bad behavior. Yeah, it isn't autism. It's merely the combination of narcissism and insecurity. Garden State writes, Joe Rogan is a very real consequence of trying to hear both sides. It's incredibly dangerous. You put yourself at risk being sucked in by fascist rhetoric. Well, and I would also argue that Joe Rogan stopped listening to one side, right? Like, he just stopped listening to people on the left. Like, he never talked to communists, right? He thinks Canada is communist. Like, he never, like, for him, talking to Bernie Sanders was talking to the people on the left, right? So now, once Rogan got the money, he just turned it all off and went to Texas. Yeah, he should be challenging the people he has on his show a little more. Yeah, Shapiro is a Christian heretic. He calls himself a Jew, but he's a Zionist, ultimately. Joe writes, like most of these fundamentalist prosperity gospel nonsense, not very Christian-like, yeah, Christ-like. If Jesus came back tomorrow, they'd crucify him again. I apologize for the overwhelming chat and comments. It got a lot on my mind, for sure. Oh, the mayor came back. We're going to do more Nazi apologetics in the chat. We're gonna pretend like this isn't real. We're gonna play dumb again. You want to do another tactic? You want another run up? Just so you know what territory you're in, I have never once kept anybody around who came in with an alt account. So good luck. I feel like Bisky being here is softening my heart a little bit. So, Soviet Mind, good to see you. Yeah, Soviet Mind's kind of nailed it with Rogan. The lack of challenging his guests is evident of his political leanings. That's exactly right. Like, that, of course, he's always a right-wing leaning person, right? He's always been that way. That, like, you just take a look at who he is, and he would always be like, oh, but I have left ideas as well. And then he would just say some basically center-right stuff. Like, supporting a universal healthcare system is not a left-wing idea, right? Like, this is actually really wild. Like, it's wild that we live in this world where the Overton window has shifted so dramatically far to the right that people are standing up and saying that center-right ideas are left-wing. Like, universal healthcare coverage is like a center right position. I wouldn't describe it as a right wing position, certainly, but it's like not a left wing position either. Like and the reason why I think it's a center idea is because it has universal appeal to everybody, right? And like the way that we have managed universal healthcare systems is essentially through single payer healthcare, right? Which is to say, you can have your private practice, but when it comes time to negotiate prices, you negotiate with a single payer, and that single payer is the government, right? That's a center right way of managing these things, and it's been successful. It's been successful. So the center, and it's been successful, enough to the degree that people are happy with it. Like a left wing idea would be to just have the government do it, just have like a Ministry of Health, and then just have that organization be the one that provides healthcare and pays for citizens, right? It's not how we've organized things. So like a universal healthcare system, a single payer healthcare system, center right idea. And so it's pretty telling that it's like considered this like radical idea in America. The mayor's alt account, I do think that he could have tried to do the hard things out to hide us. No Nazis in the chat. Yeah, why are we giving this guy the benefit of the doubt? Like, that's just so wild to me. Like, the guy literally did the most Naziest of Nazi hardcore, like, twice. Right? Twice he did it. Like, I don't get it. So, no Nazis in the chat. We don't need to talk to these people. Too stupid to continue talking to. Inverted says, my only right-wing position is anti-illegal immigration because capitalists promote illegal immigration to exploit them. Bisky says, my only right-wing position is abortion. Ooh, there we go, Bisky. Here we go. We found the friction. Bisky, why don't you tell me your position on abortion? And allow me the privilege of challenging your position. With all the kindness and friendliness. Because honestly, Bisky, you've been very friendly. You've been very kind and lovely. So we can have just like a pleasant disagreement with one another without any name calling or anything. You've been very lovely in the chat. I have no intention of being mean or cruel to you. I feel like I have a good sense of why you believe the thing you believe, but I'd like you to say it yourself, so that I can be completely 100% correct. Because I tend to feel like people who are on the right in the abortion conversation end up being well-meaning people. Like, I don't think that they start from a position of we should send these people to hell. Sure, you could find those people, sure, but like, it's a tough conversation because you're talking about children and you're talking about babies and you're talking about that kind of thing. And I think for me, here, I'll just state my position completely, right? I'm a straight white man, so take it for what it's worth. I am of the opinion that abortion is a decision that should be exclusively left in the hands of a woman under advice of a doctor. Full stop. That is the entirety of my belief system when it comes to the subject of abortion. That oftentimes people hold on to a religious-minded position, which is, it's a child, abortion is wrong, we should ban abortion. But what happens is that there are all of these caveats and asterisks that are attached to the concept of we should ban abortion. And once you begin investigating those asterisks, those footnotes, those exceptions, you begin to see very clearly that the best policy is to leave this decision up to the woman and the under advice of their doctor, because women need to have, like, women need, sometimes are required to have abortions to save their lives. That there are things where pregnancies get terminated, and yet like the fetus is already gone, but it needs to be removed for the safety of the woman experiencing it. And there's all kinds of scenarios and situations. Pregnancies can be complicated. And so the best policy is the pro-choice position. Abortion should be left in the hands of the woman experiencing the pregnancy and the doctor advising that pregnancy, and no one else. There should be no politician. There should be no priest. There should be nobody from the church. There should be nothing. Right? That trying to exert your moral authority on the conversation is just a road to ruin every single time. And then, of course, Dingballs gets into that, well, giving women control over the birth is effectively letting them control lineage and property rights. It's an insufferable notion to patriarchy, yeah. Women are not allowed to have control of their own bodies in the system we have. Adel good to see you. Hello, I'm new from Berlin, Germany. We got some Germans in today. Yeah, anything left of Hitler is communist. Stan, I don't know if I've ever seen Stan Benner in chat, but good to see you, man. The conservatives always saying Canada is communist under the liberals. Yeah, it's just embarrassing. Like, part of the I think there's a strategy to it, right? Because if you can convince the general populace that liberals are communists, imagine what they'll do when a real communist shows up. Bisky writes, but what about the baby, right? Yeah, that's right. That this is the pro-life argument. Because I feel bad for the baby when they can grow up and have a good life. So what you're doing with that line of thinking is engaging in imagination. You're creating a narrative, right, that you want to exist. You want it to be the case that the pregnant woman can have the baby, and then the baby will go on and have a good life. And you are constructing in your imagination a belief system that insists that is going to be true, and it's going to be true every single time, and it isn't. That's the hard truth. That's the hard truth about pregnancy, about childbirth, and about abortion, is that pregnancies go wrong. Fetuses and babies die in the process of childbirth. That is a hard fact of reality. It is a true, absolute, tough shit moment. Too bad. Sometimes women get pregnant and then the baby dies. And there has to be an intervention. There has to be some kind of step in. There has to be something. And the people who are best equipped to know what is the right decision for that baby and for that woman are the woman and the doctor advising her, and no one else. Bisky writes, that's true, but if the woman can have the baby, not due to rape, or she will be potentially named by her pregnancy, I don't know. Personally, I feel like the baby deserves a chance, but we also need to fix the adoption centers. Well, now you're getting into the reality that people who are typically pro-life are not really pro-life, they're pro-birth. That a woman who gets pregnant and then is forced to deliver in poverty, right, Like it's very often the case that the same people who want that woman to give birth to that child are also interested in stripping any social supports from that woman, therefore plunging the woman and her newborn baby into grinding poverty, which is like for many just like a nightmare scenario, right? Like I tend to look at it as a form of terrorism, frankly, to enforce that kind of life, to say that we should remove any support systems from single mothers and their newborn children, but we should also force them to have the child. Like, it's just terrorism. Bisky writes, but what if I'm both? What if I want to change the adoption centers, the system, and want women to deliver the baby? What does that make me? Hopeful. Bisky, I think hopeful, right? But here's sort of my counter, right? That if you give women the choice, or if you say to women, you're the one who's going to decide on this with advice from your doctor, and then do that while also improving the quality of life of women, right? Creating larger social safety nets, creating larger social systems, ensuring that children will not live in poverty, well, then you'll see a decline in abortion rates, because more women will opt in to giving birth to a child if they feel that that child can be taken care of, that they will have the resources they need to be able to take care of that child. And so, again, I feel like if you are genuinely interested in the well-being of the baby, you're genuinely interested in the well-being of the mother, and you're genuinely interested in the well-being of the child, then you should begin with giving the woman the ability to choose under advice of her doctor, while also attempting to improve the society around her. That enforced birth sounds like terrorism to me. Yeah, the woman deserves a chance at living too. Condon writes, pregnancy shouldn't be a consequence for sex against those who didn't agree to be pregnant. I'll fight you in the street about it. Look, I think that and the people who say, well, then don't have sex are like that's like the I don't know why we're not allowed to call these people terrorists. Like, what? Like, you're genuinely trying to strip people of like their base humanity. It's just crazy. Bisky continues, that is true. I think it's fair to let women choose on the best opinion of the doctor. But what if the doctor says she is fine to deliver? Well, so now we're just manufacturing a scenario, right? And that's what I'm actually attempting to get you to avoid doing. Like, you can always manufacture some kind of scenario living in an imaginative world where there's some kind of nefarious evil woman and some kind of malicious underhanded doctor, right? You can always do that, but it's just storytelling, right? And what I'm trying to drive you towards, and what I'm trying to get people to realize in this issue, especially because I think it's a very emotional issue, is that what you're doing is just crafting narratives and doing storytelling, and that storytelling doesn't really align with reality very often. And because people have this proclivity to craft narratives and tell stories in regards to what other people are experiencing, like, it's especially true when it's someone else experiencing it, right? You see this a lot in conservative circles, right? That a conservative woman will be anti-abortion and demonize women who get abortions and demonize the doctors who perform abortions and demonize. But then when they need an abortion, well, it's completely correct, and there was these reasons, and there was all this kind of stuff, right? So what people do is they craft narratives about other people based on their religious and moral feelings. But then when reality happens, well, reality is happening to me, and so it makes all the sense in the world that I would get an abortion. But when you get an abortion, it's because of this narrative that I've crafted. So I think that's what I'm trying to remove from the conversation, and why I'm not really willing to engage in scenario crafting. And like, well, what if? But what if? Okay, well, what if? Then the woman and the doctor should decide. Well, but what if this? Then the woman and the doctor should decide. Like, you're trying to get me involved in the decision-making process of someone who ostensibly doesn't exist in this scenario, right? That women who get abortions are real people experiencing reality. And when they are experiencing reality and they make the choice to abort, they are correct. Because reality exists, and their reality is not a narrative like thought piece. It's just as simple as that. And if you would like to encourage a woman to have the child instead of abort the child, and you believe that it is possible for a woman who has aborted their child to have had the child, then the only thing that you should be focused on is how to increase the standard of living, increase the prosperity, increase the quality of life for not just the mother but the child, and to insist that no child and no single mother should live in poverty. Those are the policies that you should be focused on. Because if you actually believe that unjust babies are being aborted because of whatever reason you think, well, then the thing that you should be focused on is making the society and making life so good that no one would choose abortion. That's what you should be focused on. Inverted Mystic says, you can make stories for pro-choice too, but you're not. Yeah, no, you don't need to make stories, right? Because the moment you engage in story crafting on this issue, you are putting yourself above the person who is experiencing the issue, right? Who is experiencing the issue? The pregnant woman. No one else is experiencing the issue. I am not, you are not. It is only the pregnant woman. I do not need to create a narrative or a story of any kind. That the pregnant woman knows what's good for her and her unborn child more than I do. Full stop, period. I don't need to create any story. Her decision is correct. And you believing that it was incorrect is meaningless. It doesn't matter what you think. And most of the time, it's because you're just refusing to put yourself in her shoes. And you're just refusing to acknowledge that the reality that she was experiencing is reality. And you're escaping into some kind of fantasy land. In a lot of ways, it's just backseat quarterbacking. Like, it just ends up being a type of backseat quarterbacking where, like, oh, I could have made that throw. Oh, I could have had that baby. And it's unserious. And so I don't need to create a narrative to say, oh, well, what if she is raped? Like, what if there's a problem with her pregnancy? What if there's something? Because at the end of the day, those are just stories. That the woman experiencing the pregnancy knows what's good for her and knows what's good for her unborn child. And no one else. Literally no one else. And it's sort of embarrassing to believe otherwise. It's kind of embarrassing to believe that some 80-year-old white male judge knows better than the woman who's experiencing the pregnancy. It's sort of embarrassing to believe that some conservative shrew from Wisconsin knows better than the woman experiencing the pregnancy. Like it's kind of an embarrassing position to enforce and exert your fantasy over their reality. Like their reality exists, they're making decisions in reality for themselves, living in reality. Your fantasy doesn't supersede that. Austin with a $10 donation. That's kind of you, my man. Your evangelical call for money got me. Had to wait until I got home to send money. I just got off the call with the CBC. It went well. They are focusing on the class struggle using the election to spread ideas. Yeah, I think that's wise. Like, I think that that sort of tells me that they're being realistic. Like, I think communists should be realistic. Like, communists are not going to win elections, certainly not in this cycle. I do think communists could win. It's possible. Communists have won in the past. Communists have won seats in Canadian history. It's the reason why communist parties are routinely destroyed, infected, and broken apart from within. So thank you for your donation, Austin. I really do appreciate it. Good opportunity to say like, share, subscribe, hit those bells, hit those whistles. If you find it in your heart to donate, as Austin has, please do. It makes me feel good about the work that I do here, and it helps support me and this sort of crazy wildlife that I'm experiencing. God bless. Com over on Twitch, first time commenter. Did you support Russia? So I want to, with clarity, I don't support nations one way or the other. I just try to call it how it is, right? That I'm not, like, I'm actually quite critical of Russia and its government. I think that it is fundamentally an oligarchy, right? But I think that there are realities about the Russian-Ukrainian conflict that are not often talked about, that the West really wants us to believe that that Putin just did a Hitler. And that's the long and short of it. I won't go deep into what my view is, but I will direct you towards John Mearsheimer and Jeffrey Sachs. I think that both John Mearsheimer and Jeffrey Sachs have done extremely good work on the on expressing the threat of NATO expansion and how the West was really involved in sparking the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. So those would be the sources that I would direct you towards. To land the finest point on it, I do think that the primary cause of that conflict was NATO encroachment, and that NATO shares most of the blame for that conflict happening. And the person who agrees with that, and the source that I use to indicate that position would be the General Secretary of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, at that time, who said that the reason why Putin invaded Ukraine was because of NATO encroachment. So that's my sort of position. There's a longer explanation, but I would direct you towards John Mearsheimer and Jeffrey Sachs for that. Klaus Maxwell, any take on the East-West divide in Canada? So I'm from Manitoba, right? I grew up in the prairies. I was a fundamentalist Christian, far right conservative, son of a independent businessman. I think that there is a lot of resentment across the prairies that elections are often decided before you even get past the Ontario border. I think that Canadians have a lot of resentment for that. And and the and so this by itself creates a lot of uh, um, a big desire to have our own independent political parties in the prairies. And this is essentially where the Conservative Party takes root. And one of the big things that Stephen Harper did is that he shifted the balance of power more so that Alberta, especially Alberta, had more representation in federal politics. Uh, and this east-west divide isn't new. In Manitoba, so in February there's a day called Family Day, right? Well, in Manitoba that's called Louis Riel Day. Louis Riel was a Métis who fought against colonialists for the right for Manitoba to exist. Louis, oh come on, I just said his name. Oh my God. I took one look at Louis Vuitton and immediately, what did I just say? Louis Riel. Jesus Christ. There it is. Louis Riel. That what was happening, it's a terrible picture. What was happening in Manitoba was that Ontario was essentially spread out across all of Canada, and people didn't have any a say in Parliament. We didn't have seats. We didn't have any of that. Manitoba wasn't a province. We didn't have the ability to govern ourselves. We didn't have a premier, right? So we didn't have any sovereignty. And so what happened is that Louis Riel fought and organized in order to get the borders of Manitoba erected and built. He was declared a traitor of Canada and a criminal and forced to flee. But when the people of the region went to vote for their representative in Canadian Parliament, they consistently voted for Louis Riel. And Louis Riel was never able to take his seat, because if he did, they would arrest him. And this, of course, leads him down the road of madness. There's a big, long period of his life where he's in isolation and exile. And then finally he decides, you know what? This is no life worth living, and I have to make a political stand, and I have to make a statement for the people who I support and I love. And so I'm going to go. I'm going to take my seat. And so he goes, he takes his seat, he is arrested, and he is hung. And because of his fight and because of his sacrifice, the province of Manitoba exists. We earned the right for our own sovereignty and to make our own decisions on our own land. We didn't have some foreign force coming in telling us how to live. And it's from this spirit of self-determination and sovereignty that I think there has been a lot of resentment built, because I think Westerners, prairie folk especially, don't want Ottawa, to tell us what to do. And that there is that free spirit entrepreneurial idea that 100% exists throughout the prairies. Like, if you're a rural country farmer, You want to be a rural country farmer and you don't want people to come and fuck your shit up. Real straightforward and real simply. And so there's a reason why modern day rural folk throughout the prairies are conservative, because they've built a lot of wealth and they've built a good life and they've built a lot of stability for themselves, and they don't want anybody coming in and messing it up. And they're easy to fearmonger, right? And that's why I say, like, the people who are voting conservative, they're genuine, because their primary concern is that things stay as they are, right? That's how I feel about Ontario politics, right? Like, the people who are voting for Doug Ford, they're genuine. They want things to stay as they are because they think they've got a good thing going. And they know it could be worse. And they know that a radical change could upset the apple cart, right? And that the real reason conservatives have been taking power provincially in Canada for the last 20 years is because there is no left that has been articulating a clear vision that appeals to anybody, let alone conservative types, but certainly not to, poor renters and wage slaves. So I do fundamentally believe that the East-West divide in Canada will always exist for as long as Canada exists. We can have a larger conversation about whether this is good or bad and what is to be done and all of this kind of stuff, and whether the theories and the thoughts that we're running on bears any fruit. But it is important to note that, like, Manitoba is currently an NDP province. They voted a Métis by the name of Wab Kinew, which I think has been very positive for Manitoba generally. That the Truth and Reconciliation moment that happened during the Harper years and into the early years of Trudeau, the entirety of Canada kind of just didn't take very seriously. It was sort of like a nod to most of Canada. It wasn't that way for Manitoba. I think Manitoba took the Truth and Reconciliation moment very seriously because Manitoba experienced the 60s scoop, and that the 60s scoop is the 60s scoop was a very serious moment in Manitoba history that I think lots of people felt there needed to be a Truth and Reconciliation. And I can tell you that every time I go back to Manitoba, I can feel it. I feel it. There's the spirit has changed. Something has changed. And I see how the communities are trying to improve the quality of life for the First Nations populaces. I think the First Nations populace in Manitoba feels that and feels that the desire for reconciliation is actually genuine. Whereas when I was growing up, that wasn't there. There was a lot of denialism. There was a lot of these Indians are lazy kind of talk that I think came from a place of ignorance. And I have seen conservative people who used to talk that way, and they've changed their tune. And that's because of the Truth and Reconciliation movement. So, and so, like, this desire, but the ultimate trouble that I think the prairie provinces get into is that they have fallen into the economic trap of neoliberalism, right? That they have followed through on the rugged individualism idea to the degree that it's become a religion. And therefore it can't be taken seriously. It is no way to govern. They have nothing but bad ideas. And it didn't always used to be the case. It used to be that conservatives were actually interested in governing. Conservatives are no longer interested in governing. And
And so that divide that exists could manifest itself in pretty negative ways. Like, I would argue that if Pierre Poilievre took power, that would be very negative for the prairie provinces. That the very people who elected him would become the first victims, for sure. Anyway, there's sort of my general washing thoughts. If liberals and NDP type wanted to gain support of the prairie provinces and reach out, and you wanted to see some kind of unification, I think that there are things that you could do. Unifying projects would be a good way to do that. Something like a rebirth of the Trans-Canada Railway, but make it a high-speed rail. Make it easy to get across Canada, cheap and efficient. I also think that you could do well with something like a basic income, something like a universal system that kind of binds Canadians together and makes everyone feel like we're part of a larger project. The period of neoliberalism has been very chaotic and disunifying, that people feel like it's every man for themselves. And when you enter an every man for themselves sort of situation, like, don't be too surprised if people act that way. Anyway, I hope that answers your question, Klaus. If you have any other questions on that, I feel like that was I went kind of all over the place, but those are my thoughts. Garden State writes, is the East-West divide in Canada like the North and South of the States? Like, the big one is Alberta, right? Like, Alberta's the big sort of beating heart, and that's because that's where the oil was. And I think that Alberta really did itself a big disservice, because Alberta, back in the 80s, Alberta had built a sovereignty fund for its oil, where part of the profits from the oil was going to go into this sovereignty fund, which was going to be for the people of Alberta. And it could have really turned itself into a basic income. It could have turned itself into something really positive for the people of Alberta. But that got dismantled under the Conservatives back in the 80s. And it was all done under this like rugged individualism, they earned it kind of rhetoric. And so now what's happened, and of course they argue that like, oh, well, but this is prosperity for everybody. We can make the wealth trickle down. But of course prices went up and rent went up, so it didn't matter. If you worked on the pipeline and made, an extra $10,000 than you would elsewhere, well, that $10,000 got chewed away because the prices were higher, because capitalists still run the place. And so what's going to happen is that eventually all of that is going to dry up and Alberta is going to be left with nothing. That's basically how that's going to go. Stan writes, most welfare programs are work for welfare programs. Yeah, exactly. The West Coast BC is like California. Interior through BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan is harsh conservative. Yeah, I'd say that's accurate. Should have kept the oil nationalized. Absolutely. Booty35, first time chat over on Twitch. What do you like and not like about the Soviet Union? What a beautiful question. So, the Soviet Union was a major, major undertaking and a major project to move the society away from Tsarism towards a new vision of the future. It was successful in moving the society away from Tsarism. And once you read and understand how brutal and bad things were under the Tsars, you will see pretty nakedly that that is an objective positive. Like, and anybody who's trying to tell you that the Soviet Union achieved nothing and was a net negative for the Russians is probably a Nazi, because it's obviously the case that the Soviet Union was a dramatic improvement from what was going on under the Tsars. It was tumultuous. There was a lot of turmoil. There was a lot of difficult decisions that need to be made. And then ultimately, the Soviet Union had to defend itself from capitalists, which took form in the Nazis. And before the Nazis, it was just the Germans in World War I, right? So the Russians were always being invaded. The Russians were always experiencing, and it was the Soviet Union managed to defend itself. It managed to defend itself. It managed to keep the capitalists at bay to the degree that it was capable, because World War II was extremely destructive for the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union ultimately was able to uh, uh, build a society with a higher quality of life than what the West was experiencing, uh, and were the ones that kicked off the space race. Right? They were the ones that created the technological cutting edge. They were the ones that really spurred on the West to actually do major reforms. Most of the welfare systems that you have all throughout the West come into place because of the pressure exerted from the Soviet Union. That most Western societies were really looking at a situation where they were facing revolution or reform, and they chose reform, of course, because that kept the capitalists in power. Uh, what would I critique the Soviet Union for? Um, the Soviet Union really ran out of gas after Joseph Stalin. That they did not manage to build a resilient governing political system. And I'll always say that the Soviets defeated the Nazis, but the fascists defeated communism. That after World War II and after the death of Joseph Stalin, there is really the zeal for communism is really drained, and the political apparatus pivots away from building a successful communist society, which Khrushchev did talk about, and Khrushchev did do some things, but it pivoted away from its primary focus being the building of a communist society towards Western capitalist appeasement, which was heavily criticized by Mao Zedong in China. And I think that Mao was correct, that you can never appease capitalists. And that project of capitalist appeasement manifests itself most clearly, in my view, in the Russian-Ukrainian war. That finally Putin comes to a point where he realizes, oh, we can never actually appease these guys. They will always turn on us. And so he's forced into direct conflict for the first time since World War II, right? Although you could argue that other situations. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But so my criticism of the Soviet Union is that it pivoted away from its basic principles. It moved away from the thing that was actually the engine of its growth and what it was doing. And that ultimately Gorbachev's desire to dismantle the Soviet Union ran counter to the wishes of the people of the Politburo. And while he might have been well-meaning in doing that as a sign of peace, he underestimated the ruthless, psychotic nature of Western capital. And I think that that's finally where I'll land with my big criticism of the Soviet Union, is that it kept giving these capitalists the benefit of the doubt. It kept saying to capitalist forces, oh, we can negotiate with you, we can work with you, we can appease you, we can do all this kind of stuff. And it just has never been the case. So there's this kind of sense of naivety that seems to creep in to even Stalin. Like you can see that when he went through the land reforms, right? Like, so he basically is attempting to eliminate a wage slave system, what he recognizes as a wage slave system in the society, which is the relationships between the kulaks and the wage slaves that they keep in poverty to work the fields on their behalf. And so he goes in and eliminates that through a series of land reforms. But while that's happening, the kulaks take up arms and they burn their own crops and they slaughter their cattle and they starve people, right? And I think if you read what the Soviets The Soviets didn't expect that. They didn't expect that to happen. They expected the kulaks to be angry about it, and they expected them to fight, but they didn't expect them to like destroy their own crops and destroy their own cattle as a kind of spite against against the entire nation and the entire people who they were supposed to be ostensibly supporting. And so that to me is sort of a sign of the naivety that the lesson for us moving forward as communists is to understand that capitalists are psychopaths and they are ruthless. So Stan Benner writes, Stalin was evil. I would argue, Stan, that probably means that you don't know much about Stalin. Like I think that Stalin was a man of his time. He did immensely good things for the Soviet Union. There's a lot of propaganda surrounding Stalin. And he has a lot of detractors, and it's for very clear and obvious reasons, right? The capitalists want you to believe that Stalin was worse than Hitler. If they can convince you that Stalin was worse than Hitler, they will, right? But when you actually look at the life of Stalin, you look at the decisions that he made, and you look at the position that he held, and you look at his desire, and you read his writings, you can see a man attempting to navigate a country with a party. I don't believe in the great man of history. I think Stalin was the helm of a party and that they collectively were working together to achieve goals. You can see a party helmed by Stalin navigating incredibly tumultuous waters, just absolute turmoil. Most of the time, very tumultuous. And when you see the Soviets and Stalin taking extreme measures, what is often omitted by Westerners is the context that shows that it was extreme times. So that's usually how it went and how it goes with Stalin, right? Like, this is like the narrative that they use, for example, with like when the Soviets moved into Poland, right? That they continuously try to frame it as a agreement between Hitler and Stalin, when it's ridiculous to make that claim. That Stalin said to Hitler, hey, if you move into Poland, we're coming to meet you in Poland. We're not going to meet you at our border. We're going to come into Poland and meet you there. And so Hitler moved into Poland, and so Stalin moved into Poland, right? Like that's what actually happened. But if you want to demonize Stalin, you can pretend like it was an agreement between him and Hitler. And lots of people do, because they don't really want to engage with the actual reality of who Stalin was. And usually I find that it's basically because people have no idea what they're talking about, which, that's fine, but you should genuinely ask yourself, like, what do I actually know about Joseph Stalin? What do I actually know about the Soviet Union? Why do I think the things that I think? Where did I hear those things from? Who told me those things? Why did they tell me those things? So that would be my challenge to you. Yeah, I think, and Ding hits it, right? Stalin committed the cardinal sin. He took the aristocrats' land and the capitalists' property. That's really the truth. Booty35 writes, do you want to move to China or Russia? I wouldn't want to move to either. My friends live here. Like, I'm not a hyper individualist, right? Like, I'm not willing to abandon my friends and family. I would like us to improve our society and to take a look at other societies and use the things that they did to be successful for ourselves. That's my argument. But gun to my head, had to pick one. I'd like to go to China right now. China looks really beautiful right now. Yeah, under Stalin, my relatives were starving in 1932. Yeah, during the famine, right? Yeah, there was a famine in the Soviet Union around that period of time. That area was a famine-stricken area. Under the Tsars, that area had experienced several famines over and over again. And the Soviets experienced one famine, and they solved it and resolved it. And the area's never had a famine again. So this attempt to demonize the Soviets because of a famine that they had to deal with, it sort of falls on its face, in my view. Like, they're not gods. They don't have the power of Jesus Christ. Like, they can't just stand in front of a famine and say, stop, right? So, now you're just getting into Nazi propaganda, okay? I want you to be really careful here, okay? Because there's a lot of Nazi propaganda. Like, that, what you just said right there, essentially comes from the desk of Joseph Goebbels. There's a book written by From Famine to... Why am I blanking on that name? Oh, I'm never going to find it right now. There's a book called From Famine to... it's another F word. Oh, God, this is going to kill me. And of course, I'm blanking on the author's name, too. That sucks. Because it's a great book. Anyway. Like, I just really want you to really ask yourself, where did I hear these things from? Who's saying these things? Why are they saying them? What? Oh, come on. Can one of my regular chatters go into the resource section? I'm sure that it's in the resources section. There's a book, and if you just do a search on the word famine, you'll probably find it. And circle back around on that for me, because I think it's important. But in all cases, right, like the actual story of what goes on in the Soviet Union during the Holodomor, which is what we're discussing, what gets called the Holodomor, is that a famine strikes a famine-stricken area. That there had been previous famines in that area under the Tsars, and what the Tsars did was nothing. They just let people starve. It's a reason why the Russian Revolution happened, right? Is because the Tsars would just let people starve. Well, when the Soviets experience a famine, they like the Soviet archive was opened, right? Like we went in and we saw what they said. And when the famine began, the Soviets did what they could to get in front of it. Again, they're not gods. Like, they don't have the power of, like, the universe. So they're facing a natural disaster. And you can see very clearly that they are attempting to get in front of the natural disaster, and they're attempting to do what they can to deal with this natural disaster. And I think what's the most important thing to point out is that after the natural disaster was dealt with, it's never returned. That's the most important thing, that you have a famine-stricken area that is no longer famine-stricken. And that's because of the Soviets. And so what happens, of course, because the Nazis are attempting, and the Germans really, but the Nazis ultimately, are attempting to whip up support for a war against the Soviets, they tell lies. Yes, thank you, JT. Fraud, famine, and fascism. Ukrainian genocide myth from Hitler to Harvard. That's what it is. Can you also give the name of the author? Thank you, JT. I really appreciate that, bud. Because this author does such a good job of showing that not only were the Soviets interested in getting ahead of the famine, Douglas Tottle, thank you. Not only are they interested in getting ahead of the famine and dealing with the famine, although recent literature, because they opened the Soviet archive, shows even more that that's the case. He does a really good job of showing the trajectory of the Nazi propaganda. That it essentially goes from the desk of Joseph Goebbels uh, into the hands of local propagandists and radio people who spread it into the society and disseminate it, and it's just become kind of factual. And who has really been carrying the torch for this Nazi narrative are Ukrainian Nazis, because post World War II, the Ukrainian Nazis are forced to flee Ukraine, and a lot of them end up coming to places like Canada, and they build little societies, and then they promote the Holodomor myth, and get their creepy little Nazis elected into positions of power and promote them. Like so this propaganda has resounded into the modern era. And like the real like resounding gong of the falseness of this intentional famine myth, the real smoking gun is that in World War II, the second largest cohort to fight with the Soviets were the Ukrainians. So this idea that it's an intentional famine inflicted on the Ukrainians by the Soviets for some reason, it just dies. It just dies on the altar of reality. Like, so I just experienced an intentional famine, intentionally trying to commit a genocide against me intentionally, but I'm going to pick up a gun and fight against people who are trying to liberate me from that. Doesn't make any sense. Just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Com seems to have like a pretty interesting connection to the land on this one. In Kiev, my grandmother met my grandfather. He was from Perm, fought, reached Prague, and later in the Far East. After the war, he came to Kiev, was a staunch communist. Yeah. So you of all people should see and understand that like the Soviet Union is dealing with extreme times. Like it's not for play. Like these guys were like, your grandfather literally marched from Perm to Prague, and then went back to Kiev. Like that's an incredible, like that's a fucking Lord of the Rings story. Like that's straight up, let's climb up the mountain to Mordor, throw the ring in, head back to the Shire kind of shit, right? Like that's an epic tale, and most people in the Soviet Union were experiencing exactly that. Right? Inverted Mystic says, I don't put much stock into people being like, China is not real communist. Like Mao would have not destroyed culture. He could have not killed sparrows. But honestly, bro, the Great Leap was not on purpose. I do think that the Great Leap Forward was more a response. Like the Korean War and the Vietnam War were happening. I think that there was a great deal of fear in the Chinese Communist Party that they would lose the gains they had made. That's really important to remember, that being able to stand up in front of the populace as the leaders of the country and declare this the People's Republic of China is like checkpoint. Like that is a major save spot. That is literally like, that's defeating Dark Souls 1, right? Like you did it. Checkpoint achieved, flag placed. And the big fear, and you can see it in all of their writing, like Deng wrote about it, Mao wrote about it, everybody wrote about it, that they were concerned that they would lose the gains that they had made. And the Great Leap Forward is a desperate Hail Mary attempt to modernize China to face external threats and external pressure that they had going on around them at an accelerated rate. It was more or less an attempt to militarize China very swiftly. to like they were having people like melt down their tools, melt down every little tiny scrap of iron they could find because they needed weapons to send to the front. Like the war that China was experiencing was not a fucking joke. And that's often decontextualized. People often decontextualize the Great Leap Forward from the reality of what was going on in China at that time. That said, Mao gets heavily criticized for this, even by his contemporaries, because while I think Mao took for granted the zeal and resilience of his own people. Like, Mao was a warrior. Mao was a warlord. Like, Mao was a fighter. He spent his entire life fighting a war against imperialists, and he had a real attitude of full dedication, right? But this means that he's not a particularly good governor, really. Like, you can look, like, I will not ever criticize Mao up to the formation of the People's Republic of China. I think that period of time is a warrior. It's like looking at Worf from Star Trek: The Next Generation. You're just like, yeah, he's going to fight and he's going to win. You're goddamn right. And if there are any missteps, then go fuck yourself. You couldn't have done any better. But like, there is a moment of governance that I will always criticize Mao for, and it was the Let 100 Flowers Blossom campaign that he basically sent out into the society. We need to have a moment of self-reflection where we're going to criticize the Communist Party and we're going to air our grievances of the Communist Party. We're going to give people the space they need to be able to tell their feelings, so that we can have reconciliation with one another and move forward in honesty and openness. Sounds really good, right? Sounds like a good policy, sounds like a good idea, right? But then when people do, Mao shuts it down and then like exiles people. It's just like, come on, Mao. It's like it's like big entrapment moment, like real, like, come on, dude, like, you're not exactly building trust through good governance decisions on that one. And like, but the truth is that the people of China loved Mao. They loved Mao, and they would have done anything for Mao. That even when he was making errors, I think people were willing to allow him to. You know, I think that like there's a genuine, real, as like a father loves a son kind of love that the people of China have towards Mao that cannot be denied. And you can try to criticize him for his missteps and his mistakes, but the people of China loved him and will continue to love him, as they should. He is the reason. He is certainly one of the major reasons why the People's Republic of China exists. He sets the table and sets the foundation for the growth period through Deng and into the modern era. Like, you don't get Xi Jinping without Mao Zedong, and it's just that simple. Compton writes, if they starved under the Soviets, wouldn't the Tsars or local bourgeoisie have done anything? Yeah, like at all? The Soviets at least tried. If the Tsars cared, the Soviets wouldn't have inherited the famines. Yeah, I think that's a good way of looking at it. And I also think, like, one of the big, like, smoking guns on it is like, okay, well, if it's an intentional genocide, where is the opposition movement? Like, where is anyone in Ukraine standing up in opposition? Where's the resistance movement? Where's Hamas? Right? Like, you've got a Palestinian genocide. There's Hamas. There's a resistance movement. Okay, cool. Where's the Ukrainian resistance movement? right? And you look around, like where's the governor of Kiev? Like where's the mayor of Kiev? Like where's anybody? And the truth is that they're nowhere because everybody understands, like, shit, another famine. Soviets are trying their best. You know, here we are, cool. Like reality exists, and at some point you have to confront it. Eggs D writes, I find that pushing against the Holodomor narrative is now becoming increasingly difficult as people are becoming more Sig Heily. Yeah, I mean, big surprise, Nazis are disconnected from reality. Compton writes, people like stability. Had the SARS had a better welfare system, the Bolsheviks would have ended up in a book club. Yeah, like I think that's true. Like a big thing was that the SARS were Nicholas II were leading people into wars of folly. That's really the truth. Like I think people are willing to like go to war if they feel like they're going to win and it's for the benefit of them and their family and the growth of their society. Right? Like I think that that's true. But the SARS were leading them to just wars of folly that they were losing, and uh, uh, and the people were living in a grinding agrarian poverty. You know, like it's the Bolsheviks offered them a better vision of the future, and I think lots of people took it. XD writes, remember that beforehand, the USSR had technicians helping China modernize. But the Sino-Soviet split happened. Yeah, they pulled those technicians. Yeah, it's a complicated period of time. Like the Western capitalists who critique the Great Leap Forward would prefer that the Chinese communists had have done nothing and then that communism had have collapsed and become capitalist. Like the great fear of communists, of the Chinese, even to the modern era, but definitely at that period of time, was a return to the 100 years of humiliation. Right? The century of humiliation was no joke. Like it was if you want to see, like, it's so funny that people say that, like, people will say that China is capitalist. And it's like, no, if you want to see what China looked like when it was capitalist, you want to look at the century of humiliation. That's your Chinese capitalism right there. And people just don't know about it. Like the century of humiliation was a period of slavery. The drug trade was flourishing. Like starvation was real. The sex trade was real. The opium dens were real, and it was like a playground for white psychopaths. So China did not want to return to that, and they were willing to do everything it took to avoid it, and they did. Yeah, sounds like the USA today. Yeah, like that's what capitalism is. Like you follow the profit motive, and you know, you see somebody has a demand, and so you supply that demand, right? And it's all based on just the profit motive. Well, it turns out that rich psychopaths want to fuck little kids, right? It turns out that people who are living in abject poverty want something to escape it for a second. Like it turns out that rich creepy weirdos want to fuck a different woman every night. Like this is how capitalism is. You follow the profit motive. This is what you get. And it's nothing new. It's always been this way, right? We just keep forgetting. Joe writes, and this is why so many in the West think socialism equals bad. All they hear about are the famines. Yeah, like they believe the propaganda, right? The system of propaganda has been very successful. It's been a very successful system. And the success of, like, I mean, they've erected an entire quote unquote education system, for goodness sakes. Like the education system, like what a remarkable propaganda achievement. Just breed an entire populace of yes men. That's wild. We have a new commentator, Athari. Yeah. What's my thought on the wealth disparity in China? Yeah, which is fair. Where top 10% hold 67% of total wealth, and the bottom 50% only hold 6% of wealth. Uh, I would say that's right in line with what you should expect from neoliberal policies, right? Which China was forced to interact with throughout the 70s, 80s, 90s into the modern era. Um, that's also in decline, right? So the disparity that has appeared in China, which they knew it would, Deng wrote about it, uh, the communists are now confronting, and that disparity is beginning to narrow. And I do mean beginning to narrow. So the 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 theory of China has always been to allow foreign capital in until foreign capital can no longer sustain itself and then take it over. And that's what's starting to happen under Xi Jinping. And I have an article right in front of me that I haven't read on the stream, but it's a good article. Did China get billionaires right? And so what you see happen, I'll just briefly go through the history, just as brief as possible, right? Like post Mao Zedong, the Chinese are basically left with the choice to continue fighting against Western imperialists in a war of attrition that looks as though the Chinese will lose, or appease the West, allow foreign capital into China, and do what you can to manage the negative consequences of capital. One of the major negative consequences of capital, wealth inequality and wealth disparity, which the Chinese are well aware is going to happen. The Chinese are very wise. The Chinese communists are very wise. They maintain control, they maintain state control of the banking system and the resources. So they essentially allow Western capitalists to come in as manufacturers, but those manufacturers have to deal with Chinese-owned finance and Chinese-owned resources. This is essentially a peace deal that is built between China and America. That sure we'll stop the Vietnam War, we'll stop the Korean conflict, we'll stop fighting, right? And this is symbolized by Nixon's visit to China. And so for the next 30, 40 years, you essentially have a kind of managed state capitalism that gets erected in China. China gets a lot of benefits from this. They learn how to build, right? At this time, America is widely regarded as some of the best builders on the planet. That's something that we've forgotten. We don't do that anymore. But the Chinese learned, right? They mastered that craft. They have mastered most of the tech industry, right? They're the industry leaders in pretty much every department now. And so China has essentially taken control of the means of production for global production. And that's manifesting itself in major global trade. This prosperity has allowed China to modernize its military and to build a military force that's capable of defeating the Americans in a conventional war, which has been pretty much their major goal since the 1970s, since Deng. So what you're seeing now, and it really is just beginning with Xi Jinping, right? What you're seeing now is I don't really want to call it a reform movement, but it's definitely a move to address the negative consequences of this neoliberal period, which the Chinese wrote about and they knew they were going to have to deal with. So their whole policy is essentially keep the good, get rid of the bad. And the key indicator for why China is on the right trajectory is that the billionaire class is in decline. There's less billionaires year over year in China. Wages continue to ascend. general prosperity continues to ascend. And the hope is that eventually these 2 points will meet. And what's fascinating about what's happening in China now is that for the first time, and this has happened as recently as in the last couple of years, China is starting to talk about itself on the world stage as if it doesn't need to answer to Western capital anymore. That it feels militarily secure, secure enough that they feel like they could defend themselves in a conventional war against America. And because of that, they feel like they can move forward on policies that Western capital might not like. That up until this moment, China has had to kind of walk a very delicate line, because if they always wanted to appease the West, they always wanted to play the role of the servant to the West, because if they acted like the bully, or they acted as though they were going to gain power, if they acted as though they were a threat, the West could just kick up the war machine again. All of the shit that the West was doing in the Middle East, they could do to China, right? And so China basically is laying low, playing as though they are the good capitalist whipped boy, right? Yes, you want capitalists to come in. Yes, good, sir. Yes, yes. And of course, the Chinese have been wise about it, and they've made it so that capitalist enterprises are answerable to the communists. But Hillary Clinton, there's a great Zoom call where she talks all about this, and she says, "We thought that the Chinese would become capitalists. We thought we had them beat, that they were going to integrate into the international systems, and that they would become capitalist, and therefore they would become like us, and they didn't. That the Chinese Communist Party is a communist party. That they were interacting with capitalist systems because they had to. And as those capitalist systems begin to fail, as they begin to collapse, as they begin to decay, the Chinese are just going to continue developing. The Chinese are entering a period of time now that I call pruning the garden. That the systems have been building and growing and developing in China. And some of those systems are going to decay and wither and no longer bear fruit. And so the Chinese will pull them out, right? I'll give you the absolute cleanest and clearest example of this that I have found in Chinese society. That the Chinese have invested heavily in solar technology. They've been doing that for decades now. And they were allowing private companies to develop that social technology in China. And the Chinese government was a willing purchaser of solar panels and solar equipment for the longest time. Here's a problem that happened, right? Eventually, you produce so much solar energy that it is no longer profitable to build solar panels. Right? This is one of the major contradictions of capital and the profit motive, right? That eventually the productivity of capitalism drops off because you're pursuing profits, not productivity. That the promise of free infinite energy forever isn't what's driving you. Profits are what's driving you. And eventually, if you produce free infinite energy, well, you can't make that profitable, right? Because it's free and it's infinite. Like how you can't put a tap on air because it's just so ubiquitous. And so the capitalists started to fold up, right? They stopped producing solar panels. Well, the Chinese said, bully to that, They took control of it. And they just kept making solar panels. And now they're building a solar station in space. They're not doing that based on the profit motive. Right? They're doing that because they decided they wanted free infinite energy forever. Athari continues, I agree with you, but still under Xi, wealth accumulation at the top has continued to rise. Wealth inequality has slightly increased under Xi, which is quite disappointing. Yeah, Xi's not a god, right? You want to take a look at the housing market, right? Like you want to take a look at wages. That's what you really want to look at. That don't hyper fixate on finances, because like money isn't really a big sign of prosperity, right? Can people own their houses? Can people pay for food? What's the wealth year over year look like in China? Are wages increasing or decreasing? Are prices going up or are they stabilizing? Right? Like if the only number you're going to look at is that like Jack Ma had 100 million or $10 billion yesterday and now he's got $10.1 billion. If that's your only measurement, then that's not a very serious measurement. Like the accumulation of financial wealth isn't the real true measurement of success in the society. And also then you say also the rise of private healthcare in China. So China dabbled with private healthcare in 2006, I believe. It was around there. It was the aughts, 6, 7, or 8, I forget. They dabbled with that, but then they pulled it right back because they just found that it didn't work. And it didn't work for exactly the reasons why you would expect. So this narrative that has existed in the West that China is privatizing its healthcare system, it's not really true. It's something they tried in like one city for a small period of time, and then they were just like, this isn't working. Because it doesn't work. The Twitch chat is having a conversation about Israel. I don't really know what's being said though. Oh, do we have a new person in the chat? Who do we have spreading around Zionist rhetoric? I'm not really interested in keeping that person around. Do we have a Zionist? A Zionist, a Zionist. Do we have a Zionist? The Zionist must go. The Zionist, the Zionist, the Zionist must go. Oh, we don't have a Zionist. I was hoping to ban a Zionist today. It's a conversation about the nature of Hamas. Is Hamas doing Palestine a service or not? I think the existence of Hamas against the reality of a genocide makes all the sense in the world. That if you wanted Hamas to go away, you should end the genocide. Garden State, beautiful voice you have, comrade. Thank you, Garden State. I appreciate that. Yeah, I know. I sing open mics. I'm hoping to record some music. You know, do that kind of thing. I actually had a moment recently because I'm trying to rebuild my confidence, right? Going out and playing shows and all that. And I'm going to tell this story, and I know I'm kind of bragging, but it's fine. It was just such a funny moment that I have to tell the story. So when you go to an open mic, you get all kinds of people, right? And all kinds of people going out and genuinely authentic, right? But maybe not technically proficient. I'm trying to be as nice as possible because I think that were really brave people who sang some really beautiful stuff. And so I think that's sort of the expectation that people have of these open mics, that they're like, you know, you go out to karaoke and you know, you expect people to just blast it and not really give a shit. And so I went up there and I sang Annie's Song by John Denver. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful song. John Denver does it so beautifully. And So when I went up there, everybody's just talking to each other, right? Waiters are like waitings and waiting tables and doing all that kind of stuff. People are looking at their phones, you know, eating food. And the moment I hit the first note, right? You fill up my senses. Everybody stopped and turned and looked at me. The waiter turned and looked. People looked up from their phones. The person eating food was just like, it was like from a movie. It was like from a movie. And it was like a real moment where I realized, and I need to recognize in myself, you know, John, you need to have more confidence. You need to record your music. You need to keep singing. You need to keep going out. You need to have more confidence in what it is that you bring forward because I'm awesome and amazing, and everyone should love me. Yeah, look, when it comes to the Israel-Hamas conversation, like when it comes to that, I don't think we should be discussing Hamas at all. Like at all. Like it makes sense that there will be a resistance movement amidst a genocide. We should not have any criticism towards Hamas, even a little, even a tiny little bit, not like 0%. You know who we should reserve all of our criticism for 100% of the time, never ending? Israel. The Israelis, the Zionists, right? Criticizing Hamas and the actions of Hamas is like criticizing somebody who's been abandoned in the ocean for their backstroke. Like, The Zionist Must Go is already trending on Spotify, probably. What was the tune I was even singing there? The Zionist must go. The Zionist must go. Hi ho, the dairy-o, the Zionist must go. I did write a song that was about killing Nazis recently. Oh, and now we have this narrative, good, don't say Palestinians are Hamas. Like, I don't know, I feel like that's splitting hairs. Of like, I just think that like, sure, there's probably people in Palestine that are like, I don't care for these Hamas people. Like, you know, they're not like a full unit, but it just like, what do you expect? Now I want to play a song for you guys. What should I play? Here, I'm going to pause a moment. I'm going to pause a moment. Inverted Mystic, it plays into Israeli propaganda. That's all I'm saying. Like saying that all Palestinians are Hamas. Oh, I think I understand what you're saying. If you say that all Palestinians are Hamas, then all Palestinians are a valid target, right? You can blow up a hospital because it's Hamas, right? Yeah, I kind of understand what you're saying on that. All right, I'm going to use the washroom, and then I'm going to come back, and I'm going to play a song. I have a major criticism of live streaming services generally when it comes to music. I think that because the way these services operate is if you sing someone else's song, you get demonetized. They just basically ban you from doing it. Like that, and in some cases they'll just straight up shut your channel down. Like they'll straight up like shut you down live. And I feel like this has the effect of basically just killing music, right? It kills music. Like if I made a song and some well-meaning person decided that they wanted to play my song, I wouldn't want them not to, right? I wouldn't say demonetize them, right? I would say, well, why don't you just put in a link to my stuff and send people to that? And then why don't, if they're monetized, why don't I just get like a little bit of a cut, right? Because it's my song they're singing, so just send me a little bit of the proceeds and I'm fine with that. But that's not how that works. So it's stupid. So I can't play any song. I can't play any John Denver stuff, right? And of course, John Denver's dead. So it's just some fucking ghoul in the background being like, I have the rights to John Denver. You can't play John Denver. And it's a beautiful song that I think everybody should hear, but I can't play it. So I'm going to play this one. And then I've got a new one that I've never played before. Jennifer writes, China is only what it is today because as Westerners allowed them to. That's kind of a weird fascist take, Jennifer. Allowed them to? What should have bombed them? That's what we're talking about? These times they are uncertain, of that there is no doubt, and nobody can tell me quite what it's all about. The heartbreak and the loneliness, the chaos and the fear will make even the strongest cry. I wish my ma was here. A young man on a battlefield fights for a rich man's gold. The bullet cracks into his spine. He knows he won't grow. And as the tears come streaming down, at once his mind is clear. The war was fought for nothing, he cries. I wish my ma was here. A lively story well in hand, a joke to soothe your soul. When it came to arguing, she'd forgive and let it go. When I cried, she held me, told me it's okay, my dear. And as we face these darkened days, I wish my ma was here. And as we march into the streets, as all the righteous do, we'll raise our voices to the skies. We cannot fight the truth. And as we tear their structures down, we'll raise a victory cheer. We made the world a better place, and I wish my ma was here. Yeah, we made the world
wish my ma was here. Thank you, guys. Thank you. That's a beautiful one. That's a beautiful one. I'm glad that the spirit let me have that one. That was nice. That's one that's going to grow up with me, I think. So I'm going to play for you guys a song I've never played before. I wrote this one a couple weeks ago, and I've just been letting it simmer. Yeah, I've just been letting this one simmer. So as with all new songs, I'm going to probably start and stop as I flip the page. So forgive me if there's breaks in this, but... Another day with your head upon a pillowcase. You cry your tears for the loss of the whole human race. You tried so hard to make the life they promised you. You played Monopoly and now the rent is due. And it all came crashing down. And it all came crashing down. The siren ringing just became part of the show. And flashing lights will blind the way we're meant to grow. And paper bills don't matter even when stacked high. The men who run this place had Jesus crucified. And it all came crashing down. Yeah, it all came crashing down. Come on now. And in the darkest hour, I'll be there with you. I'll take you by your hand no matter what they do. We keep each other strong in darkness and in pain. The place will burn to ash, but we will rise again. And it all came crashing down. Yeah, it all came crashing down. Yeah, it all came crashing down. And it all came crashing down. Yeah. Yeah, I like that one. I like that one. It feels good to play. It feels good to play. What's the name of the song? The first one I called Wish My Mom Was Here. This one I haven't named yet. I think it's just crashing. It's crashing down. This one is the true blessing. This one, if Willie Nelson I'm not getting good feedback on that second song, so I think it's going back to the bleachers. That's fine. That's how it goes. You write like 1,000 songs, maybe one of them will be any good. This one I've always believed was, if Willie Nelson played this at the Grand Ole Opry, it could heal America. I
was just a little boy when my mom and dad divorced. Through my tantrums, cried my tears, I'd keep their vows by force. Now that I'm an older man, I see it had to be this way. And my love for them, it keeps on growing each and every day. Time passed me by so swiftly, I could have been a better man. And every day I'm trying to do the best things that I can. And though they're not the people I expected they would be, well, I love them all the same, and I just want them to be free. 10 years, me and my wife, we traveled round the globe. Sacred vows and shared regrets, they filled our lives with hope. Then one day she tells me that a man is not for her. Those 10 years are a memory now, but my love for her still stirs. Time passed me by so swiftly, I could have been a better man. And every day I'm trying to do the best things that I can. And though she's not the person I expected she would be, well, I love her all the same. I just want her to be free. My love had a little girl, a scrappy tomboy type. I watched her blossom like a flower, but she felt not quite right. Then one day she tells me she's a young man, not a girl. Well, I picked her up and held her close and sent my son into the world. Time passed me by so swiftly, I could have been a better man. And every day I'm trying to do the best things that I can. And though he's not the person I expected he would be, well, I love him all the same. I just want him to be free. And though they're not the people I expected they would be, well, I love them all the same, and I just want them to be free. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a beautiful one. That's a beautiful one. Austin, is that one titled? I just call that one To Be Free. That one, I love playing that one because I feel it healing myself. I feel it healing myself, you know? Every time I play it, I come out a better person than I started. Yeah. That's a beautiful, beautiful piece. And what a blessing it was to be given that piece. I'm going to keep it going. Oh, you know what I should play? This is a fun one. I keep putting this one in my back pocket, and I shouldn't. I should get this one into my front pocket. This one, because I think that this one is a real fan favorite. I think, but I keep sidelining it, and I shouldn't. Yeah. This place is bubbling over. Your money you can keep. while away my days, dying in the street. Then spend another moment sucking up to you. You can take this job, put it up your ass, and this is what you'll do. Get fucked. Get fucked. I didn't want this goddamn job anyway. Get fucked. Get fucked. You fucked around and found out. Go away. Go get an education and drown in all your debt. Well, hold on. Just go and get a job that doesn't pay the rent. Go get an education and drown in all your debt. Billionaires don't give a damn how hard they're screwing you. So let's all send a message and tell them what to do. Get fucked. Get fucked. I didn't want this goddamn job anyway. Get fucked. Get fucked. You fucked around and found out. Go away. We're all in this together as long as you do all the work. Slave away your better days, making money for some jerk. This deal ain't no kind of life that makes me want to scream. Let's round these motherfuckers up and get the guillotines. Get fucked. Get fucked. I didn't want this goddamn job anyway. Get fucked. Get fucked. You fucked around and found out. Go away. Yeah, you fucked around and found out. Go away. Yeah, you fucked around and found out. Go away. Yeah, that's a real good one. That's a real good one. That's a real fun one right there. That one's really rabblous. There's a real rabble rousing to that. I have a Bandcamp. It's in the description, Athari. But I have to admit, I've been a bit of a laggard when it comes to doing the recording. And that's what I really need to do. I need to sit down and start recording these songs in seriousness. Oh, something's happened. Hold on, sorry. Twitch stream. Oh no, Twitch stream. My Twitch stream. My Twitch stream. I'm going to play this song, and I have not really been playing this song. I don't know why. You know, I've lost, I feel like this song I've lost a little bit of faith in this song. And that's how songs go, right? You do them, and then they've got some steam on them, and you feel good about it, and you perform them here, there, and everywhere. And then, you know, eventually you kind of get to be like, is this song actually good? You start to doubt yourself, right? And this song has definitely fit that bill. Sorry, guys. I'm just dealing with a technical difficulty here with the Twitch stream. I've lost the Twitch stream. And I'm coming back, Twitch stream. Don't worry. I wish I could play any song for you guys. I feel it just sucks that my channel gets demonetized if I do it. Like, I think that's a real failing of the social media system, frankly. Like, we should be able to play each other's music. Anybody should be able to play anybody's music. And, like, credit that person. right? Like, so if I play John Denver's Annie song, it should come up and it should be like, this is John Denver's song, right? And if any monetization happens, it should send it to that person. It should be an automated system. Like, we've got all the pieces in place to be able to do this. But instead of that, we just say, no, cannot be done. We have gate kept. And it's especially crazy because John Denver's Annie song was written in like the 60s. Like, it's been 60 years. And John Denver died in the 70s. So it's just absolutely insane that there's this like hold on this stuff. It just kills me. Okay. And we're back, Twitch chat. Got asked a question by my niece who's 5 years old. What's the world gonna be like when I'm grown? I looked out at the crimson smoke-filled sky. I said, what's the harm in telling one more lie? I said, everybody's safe, no one's living in the streets. You never need to worry if you're gonna get to eat, and Antarctica is covered in ice. The burning sun won't leave a paper trail. Why work so hard if it's too big to fail? And what's the point in feeding this machine if it won't make the world in our dreams where everybody's safe, no one's living in the streets? You never need to worry if you're gonna get to eat, and Antarctica is covered in ice. And I know one day my maker I will meet, when death's sweet kiss comes to sweep me off my feet. I hope by then we've learned a little more. I like this place to be better than before, so everybody's safe, no one's living in the streets. You never need to worry if you're gonna get to eat, and Antarctica is covered in ice. Antarctica is covered in ice. That's another one, man. It makes me feel good to sing. That makes me feel good to sing. Garden State, have a great night, my friend. I gotta go. Always a pleasure spending my evening with you and Chad. I'm glad, Garden State. Good to have you. Good to have you. Somebody asked me a question over on Twitch. Have I heard of the new wave of communism developing in Canada, mostly in Alberta? The followers of the line of Reconstruction. What do I think of them? I don't know. I don't know who that is. So I have no theories. I'm not going to put anything forward. Gamer Jam, good to see you. Sure, I can geek out all day on my theories as to why a society with no private capital would actually be more rational, but honestly, the only reason I give a shit is because capitalism is destroying the planet. Yeah, waging wars for profit, and denying people housing and healthcare. I'm not going to click on links in the Twitch because it doesn't actually make it into the stream. And also, I don't like using X links any longer. So hold on. What line of, what was it? Constitution, communism. Tell me what I have to search, dude. That'll help. Like, oh, there you go. Like, I do a killer version of Britney Spears' Hit Me Baby One More Time. But I can't actually play it. Which sucks. Okay. This seems international, right? Internationalist in character. Okay. Revolutionary communism. Look, here's an important question for you, Carlitos. Are these guys trots? Just tell me if they're trots. I'm so finished with trots and their ideas and their thoughts. It's just such a bad thought. All right, I'll take a look at these guys. I don't know anything about them. There's a couple of things that I think that people should be concerned about and should be wary of when it comes to these, when it comes to communist parties. It is completely possible that the organization that you're looking at has just been taken over by the feds, right? Or that it is the feds presenting themselves as communists, as a way to control dissent. I think that that's perfectly possible. I definitely have seen groups that I have pegged as being feds, and I have told them so. If they won't tell you who their leaders are, right? And if they present themselves as revolutionary, but their goal is to just funnel you into electoral politics, right? They're feds. And if they're not feds, then they're acting exactly like feds. So, yeah, this does not bode well. I don't take this point very kindly. Right? They are a semi-clandestine organization. They don't have public leaders, I think. They're feds. You don't have public leaders? You're feds. Like, it's pretty obvious that you're feds, right? That your goal is very obviously to funnel people back into electoral politics or find and flag and possibly confront actual revolutionaries. Like, you don't have public leaders. You don't announce like public gatherings. You don't do public things. Yeah, okay. You're feds. And like, if you aren't feds, right? I'm here to tell you that you are acting like the exact way that feds would act. Right? Like, if I am CSIS or the CIA, right, and my goal is to destroy communist movements because I'm a fascist organization, then the best way to do that is to present myself as a far left organization, right? Try to get people in to my far left clandestine leaderless organization, spend their money in that organization so that they don't spend their money doing real things that actually matter, try to direct people into electoral politics as much as possible, right? The dead end. And then find people who are actual revolutionaries pursuing actual revolutionary policies, doing actual revolutionary work, and get in their way as much as possible. And sign number one, that you are an organization working on behalf of the federal government and that you are feds, part of CSIS, part of the CIA, part of the FBI, is that your organization doesn't seem to have any leaders. Who are these people? Can I look at them? Can I see who your leaders are? Can I see their history? Can I see their Wikipedia page? Can I see what organizations they're part of? No, I can't, because the organizations they're part of is the CIA. So that's a huge red flag for me, and not the good one, right? That's a huge problem for me. So if you're not going to present your leadership, like I do a live stream every week. My name's Jonathan Sanderson. I live in Toronto, Canada. I go places, right? You can find me. Like, you think you're being cute with your little like communist flag and your whole communist vibe and all that by hiding behind anonymity? I don't respect it at all. In fact, I think it's a huge flag. Like, you want me to follow you forward into revolutionary policies, but you won't show me who you are. What are you, a fucking coward? Just a total chicken? Yeah, I'm a secret revolutionary. You're just a Fed. You work for the CIA, obviously. Like, so if that's what's going on with this organization, I'm calling it now. No, don't connect. Don't waste your time. Certainly don't waste your money. Right? If they won't show you their face, if they won't tell you their history, if they won't tell you who they are, you absolutely should not spend a moment of your time or energy on them. Like, it's embarrassing, and it's embarrassing. The semi-clandestiny is an influence of the Occidental Mao. I don't care. I just don't care. Like, I don't care. Like, if you're gonna present yourself as a leader of an organization, I want to know who you are. And if you're like, but that's dangerous, yeah. Hi. Like, get on my level. Like, you want me to follow you? No, you follow me. Because I'm willing to show my face. Yeah, that's my thing. I just like, there's like, from a theoretical perspective, like, Mao didn't have the CIA and the FBI to contend with, right? There wasn't like this secretive multi-billion-dollar funded organization that was, and like, the clandestine nature of Maoism makes sense because they were literally fighting a war. Like, they were literally shooting people with guns, right? They weren't trying to like win hearts and minds and win over a public. I mean, they were trying to do that, but first and foremost, they were trying to win a war. So being clandestine from that perspective makes sense. Being clandestine in this perspective, like, the only reason you would do it is because you're afraid you'll get rounded up, right? And which, like, as the fascists become more apparent and more powerful, like, is a legitimate threat. But that's what you have to do. That's the war we're fighting. Like, that's the war we're fighting. Like, we're fighting a war for attention. We're fighting a war for hearts and minds, right? Should it come to it, we may have to fight a war with guns, but we're not there yet. And I'm certainly, like, If you're not going to show your face in peace, I'm definitely not following you in war. And like, I don't think that that's much, like, I don't think there's anything to negotiate there. Like, I don't, like, that's just straight up like either do it or don't. Like, it's anyway. Carlitos writes, likewise, the texts I've read from them are very good. I recommend those from Palestine. Yeah, I don't think I have much else to say. Like, show your face. Who are you? Like, I'm not following fucking Banksy. Like, I'm not following Anonymous. Like, it's that's all cute and everything, but I don't think you're gonna win over mass broad appeal by what, being secretive and shadowy. And incidentally, that's a fight you're gonna lose. Right? You're gonna fight in the shadows. You're gonna die in the shadows. Right? Like, you're looking at a multi-billion-dollar organization that fights in the shadows. Like, we need to fight in the light. We need to be in the light, because then when they move against you, it's in the bright shining dawn of light. Like, they can't hide. Like, if I don't know your name and you disappear, then nothing happened, as far as I'm concerned. Right? But if I know your name, I know who you are, and then you disappear, yeah, something happened. Right? Like, we need to operate in the light. I don't think we are afforded the luxury of being this clandestine organization that operates in the shadows. And the real truth of it is that I genuinely cannot extend you the benefit of the doubt. Like, I can't. I have to assume that you're feds. I have to start there. I can't start anywhere else. And if you're not going to show me that you're not feds, then you're feds. Right? And like, yeah, I'm sure that they wrote like a really nice article about Palestine. I'm sure that they commissioned a person to write a nice article for Palestine. Like, these are like, they have hundreds of billions of dollars at their disposal. And like, they just defunded their international branches, which means that their domestic branches are going to get more funding. Right? Which, incidentally, I think that's what that's all about, by the way. I think that they defunded their international branches, USAID, Radio Free Asia, right? Because they understood, like, it came to a point where they understood that those organizations were not being effective, that they were losing, or rather, not that they were losing, that they had lost, that nobody in China, India, Africa, Latin America, the Middle East read Radio Free Asia and believed it. Right? Like, that they had failed at their primary mission, which is to convince people of a narrative. So shut them down. You don't need those resources anymore. Okay, cool. Where are we going to funnel those resources? Domestically. Doing what? Erecting false flag operations and fake communist parties for controlled dissent. Like, I think that we need to be really, really aware of it. Because, like, we are 100% going into an era of controlled opposition. Like, that's just 100% happening. Like, you have sort of the old, like the Democratic Party, right? You have older systems of controlled opposition. You have, like, liberals who have always been controlled opposition. The old electoral system, that kind of thing. But there are going to be newer systems and newer ways and newer methods, right? Like, when huge segments of the populace start saying we need to create mutual aid funds that are disconnected from the system, like, CSIS hears that and then thinks, how do we get involved with that? Like, they're not just going, oh dear, no. So I think that we have to be deeply, 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 deeply skeptical of organizations, because they may be just controlled opposition. So anyway, that's my take on that. Man, it's been a good stream. I've been streaming for a while now. I feel like I've been streaming almost 6 hours now. Yeah. I hope you guys are doing well out there. I hope you're doing beautifully out there. I hope things are going really well. I've like run out of links. If I do these long streams, I should get more links. Should I? Just what I should do. I haven't actually like read this article. Let me just read the concluding. I like hearing like former Chinese premier Wen Jiabo's wife Zhang Pele took over the country's diamond trade while her husband was in office and accumulated 2.7 billion in assets. Those around them might be targeted, such as Zhang's advisor, Desmond Shum, who fled China under Xi, or real estate magnate Zhao Jinhu, who acted as a consigliere for many of Xi's relatives, and was sentenced to 13 years in prison. Yeah, dude. You know what, man? I'm reading this article. This is going to be a great article of Chinese wins. Just China jailing billionaires. This is from Foreign Policy. Did China get billionaires right? The party does not grant impunity to the ultra-rich. Yeah, it feels nice. Feels nice. As Donald Trump took the presidential oath for a second time, he was surrounded by some of the world's richest men. But even a famously materialistic president couldn't outdo the Chinese Communist Party when it comes to collecting billionaire support. In March 2018, more than 100 billionaires gathered in Beijing to serve in the Chinese government. Pony Ma, the CEO of web giant Tencent, and then China's richest man, sat alongside Evergrande chairman Hu Kaoyan and 40-plus other members of the ultra-rich in the National People's Congress, China's parliament. Ma's wealth, at 47 billion, put him just ahead of Hu, worth 41 billion, as China's richest man. Another 59 billionaires joined the Chinese People's Political Consultant Conference, the party's highest advisory body. The net worth of the NPC and the CPPCC combined was estimated at more than $620 billion. But as the two sessions, the annual meetings of the NPC and CPPCC met in Beijing, their actual work was to rubber stamp Xi Jinping's abolition of presidential term limits, allowing him to hold power indefinitely. Neither body has any actual power, ? Source required. Giving billionaires a place in the legislature was not a reward or a sign of their strength. It was a way to bind them to the party and for them to publicly show their allegiance. In much of the world, the defining characteristic of billionaires is impunity, the ability to ignore laws, social norms, or borders through the sheer force of wealth. U.S. billionaires do all they can to evade their responsibilities to the state or to actively subvert the government for their own ends. Capital and the laws protecting capital shields and fortifies them. It's usually only when their wealth turns itself out to be fraudulent, as with FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried, that they face jail time. In China, however, every billionaire's fortune is built upon a thin foundation, the goodwill of the CCP. At every turn, the ultra-rich, especially since Xi took power, are reminded that their wealth exists at the sufferance of the party, and that it could all be taken away. Careful not to draw attention to themselves or seem to challenge the party's right to lead everything, billionaires' position in China is inherently precarious. I love it. No, I'm sorry. I just love it. I love that the billionaires' wealth in China is inherently precarious, as it should be. As somebody who advocates for the abolition of billionaires, that we should be rid of them, I'm glad to see that there's an organization that's making them precarious. They should go farther. We should make them non-existent. Doesn't it just sound lovely, Peanut Butter Beatrice? Even after the abandonment of Maoism, the CCP has never been entirely comfortable with the wealthy. In the 1980s, Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping stated that it was fine for a few households and regions to get rich first, but he said it about peasants, not billionaires, and added that the rich had an obligation to lift up the poor. The party's reluctant embrace of private business came with many caveats. Who's been saying that? Who's the guy that's been saying that? Oh, it's this guy. I'm glad that foreign policy is beginning to catch up with us here at the Canadian Commune. Culturally, though, China embraced wealth from the 1980s on with the eagerness of a starving man falling on a banquet. The phrase to get rich is glorious, often falsely attributed to Deng, was popularized in Western coverage by sinologist Orville Schell. Right, so they just made it up. This is what I love about these kinds of articles, man. You got to remember, this is coming out of the West. This is the West reporting about China, right? And here they are just being like, yeah, they actually embraced it like a starving man falling on a banquet, which is why we lied about it for 20, 30 years. They just admit it. Still, even though it was something we made up about them, you know, we said that they said it, so that's what it is. Still, it accurately captured a mood that lasted for decades. Oh, a mood. Oh, we're going on vibes here. I get it, right? Sorry, I got to start this paragraph again, dude. Culturally, though, China embraced wealth from the 1980s on with the eagerness of a starving man falling on a banquet. Their rationale and source for that? The phrase, to get rich is glorious, which is falsely attributed to Deng, was popularized in Western coverage by sinologist Orville Schell. You know, strong Chinese name, Orville Schell, said to get rich is glorious, which we falsely attributed to Deng. And that means, therefore, China embraced wealth in the 1980s. Still, it accurately captured a mood that lasted for decades, we say. After 2 generations of deprivation and revolutionary austerity, the coming of money and all the possibilities of money seemed miraculous. Not a religion at all. Not a worship. Not worshiping money, right? Not worshiping money at all. The coming of money and all the possibilities of money seemed miraculous. Not a religion, though, you guys. Totally rational. This paragraph is bonkers, dude. This paragraph is absolutely fucking bonkers. Straight up, we said they were money hungry. And although it's falsely attributed to them, we said it of them, therefore it is true. Incidentally, money. The party adapted. It wasn't until the late 1990s that the first mainland Chinese billionaires emerged, and they had a golden sheen about them, even for the government. Not a religion, though. A newly powerful country was flexing its financial muscles, and billionaires matched that image. The wealthy were celebrated in magazines. our magazines, self-help books that were sold to Westerners, and TV specials which played on Western TVs. Especially since the roughly leveled playing field meant that they had made their own fortunes, going from restaurant owners to real estate magnates. I love it. Especially since the roughly level playing field meant that they had met their own fortunes. Just cannot accept the structural reality of a billionaire. Or in one case, from laundress to international trader. Entrepreneurs was a favorite term for the successful. I mean, it's our term. That's what we called them. Without the tinge of negativity given to other terms for wealth from the Maoist era. In 2002, the CCP reversed its previous policy of shutting out entrepreneurs, who were previously seen as politically suspect. This didn't lead to business people flocking to the party, but instead saw party members flowing into business, where their existing connections proved a serious advantage. Yeah, we might call that corruption, which I'm sure we'll see. Even as private initiative was celebrated, it depended on government backing. That dynamic was most visible in the real estate sector, which more than tripled its share of national GDP in the 2000s. Local governments needed to sell land in order to meet their financial obligations, and the well-connected could buy it cheap or shut competitors out altogether, legally or otherwise. A friend's uncle's bid against connected businessmen in Shandong in 2006. He was kidnapped, had his legs severed, and was left to bleed to death on top of one of his own construction sites. Yikes. It's almost as though billionaires are psychopaths. The loans they needed to buy government land often came in turn from government-run banks in a cycle of mutual profit. Officials welcomed GDP growth for their careers and bribes for themselves. Yeah, it's almost as though capitalism brought corruption. Other entrepreneurs found smarter methods of leveraging the needs of local government. In his book, China in 10 Words, writer Yu Hua tells the story of one businessman who had bamboozled himself a reputation as a nationally known entrepreneur. The businessman went to Beijing to bid on the advertising slots before the much-watched 7 p.m. news broadcast. And after spending an astronomical sum of 80 million won, he was hailed as the bidding king by media, winning him and his firm even more free publicity. He then returned to his hometown and called a meeting with local government officials. My own assets are just a tiny fraction of 80 million, he told them. If you back me up, then our city will have produced an entrepreneur famous throughout the nation. If you let me down, then our city will have produced the biggest trickster in the whole country. Faced with this choice, the city's leaders ordered the local commercial bank to lend him 200 million won. Wow, what a gamble. What a gamble. Jeez Louise, dude. They should have hung this guy. For sure. They should have just hung this guy. Yu leaves the businessman unnamed and the story unverified. Oh, okay, cool. So you just made it up. Got it. One candidate for the tale is Jack Ma, the creator of e-commerce giant Alibaba, who shares his hometown of Hangzhou with Yu. Ma emerged as one of the most charming and nationally celebrated businessmen of the 2000s, known for his impish grin and patriotic enthusiasm for defeating foreign interlopers, such as eBay. Yeah, that would make you popular in China. Like if you defeated a Western company, yeah. By the end of 2018, he was China's richest man, worth some $39 billion. China's billionaires have never cracked the $70 billion mark, which leaves them consistently outside the world's top 20 richest people. Okay, so China has billionaires, but they're not letting them get out of control. Okay, so far so good. Ma was just one of a pantheon of billionaires celebrated as role models by parents and the party alike. In May 2013, 2 months after Xi took office as president, the second highest grossing movie in China was A Tale of Three Future Billionaires. American Dreams in China was a thinly veiled retelling of how the rise of New Oriental, an English language education company that became an omnipresent giant into the 2000s, specializing in preparing students to study abroad. Its three heroes, presented as plucky go-getters, were based on New Oriental's founder, Yu Minhong, whose wealth had just topped the $1 billion mark, and his two venture capital backers. So Xi enters power right when capitalist corruption is reaching its apex, and they're starting to tell capitalist stories about how good capitalists are in China. Got it. Yet, unlike the legal firewalls and political pull enjoyed by US billionaires, none of this success came with security. The newly wealthy were caught in a bind. Their wealth let them buy off local officials and eventually eclipse them. But as their fame grew, they attracted the attention of higher ranking officials who demanded their own share of the pie. I love that the thinking of foreign policy is just, yeah, like we're corrupt, so they're corrupt too. Their time was inevitably spent, as anthropologist John Osberg detailed in his 2013 book, Anxious Wealth, maintaining intricate networks of influence, profit, and corruption. It was impossible to rise cleanly. Yeah, you can't, there's no such thing as a rising cleanly billionaire. It doesn't exist. Even if your original business was honest, protecting it required not just bribery, but participation in networks of mutual vice. Yeah, it's almost as though billionaires are psychopaths by their very nature. Self-compromise made you trustworthy to others. And while the CCP was willing to tolerate and even praise the fresh crop of billionaires, the authorities also regularly harvested them. Yes, harvest them. Which billionaires fell was a matter of arrogance and chance. The most obvious criminal tended to be culled, such as the murderous Liu Han, executed in 2015, or early fugitive La Changjing. But sometimes it was simply having picked the wrong political patron. Each fall acted as a reminder to others to stay in line, and also let officials divvy up the assets of the fallen. I gotta tell you, dude, I don't care at all if billionaires are killed. Like, every time a billionaire dies, I'm like, hooray, good. Oh, you didn't want to die? You shouldn't have been a billionaire. The Huron Rich List, a ranking of the ultra-wealthy put together by British analyst Rupert Hergworth since 1999, became known as the Fattened Pig List. With the... Jesus Christ, dude. Only Westerners, eh? The only Westerners could make it this crass. Only a guy by the name of Rupert Hergworth would come up with the Fattened Pig List. It's such a just like, yes, I'm introducing the Huron Rich List in 1999. It's all the Fattened Pig List. With the joke being that so many of its most prominent members were then picked for slaughter by the party. 3 researchers in 2012 found that being on the list increased your likelihood of being charged, investigated, or arrested from 7% to 17%. Gotta love it. Gotta love it, dude. Just eliminate these guys by policy. Oh, you have $1 billion? Just shoot them. Get them. Others found that just appearing on the list increased the cost of auditors, who perceived it as created heightened risk. Hergworth disputes this, saying only 1% of the list have fallen. Hergworth. Jeez Louise. Political risk has sharply increased under Xi. To the public, he promised a crackdown on the corruption and excesses of the 2000s. To his fellow party leaders and elders, he promised a reassertion of the centrality of party power. At first, this manifested mostly as demands for public obeisance to the party, groveling apologies and vows to follow the party, such as that given in 2018 by ByteDance founder Zhang Yemen over vulgar content on one of his apps, became common. But the creation of wealth went on regardless. By 2021, the numbers of billionaires had peaked at 1,185. The COVID-19 pandemic and the 3 years of lockdowns and controls that followed made business in China even more dependent on government goodwill. Xi took the pandemic as an opportunity to crush entire business sectors he saw as having grown uncomfortably large or socially threatening. A 32-month crackdown on tech, tightening data regulations and censorship demands and blocking initial public offerings and foreign deals, wiped trillions of dollars off stock market prices. Awesome. Ma disappeared into years of mandated exile from public appearances after he voiced mild criticisms of regulators. Yeah, get fucked, Jack Ma, piece of shit. Much of the private education sector was made illegal, crashing the value of New Oriental stock from $195 to barely over $20 in the course of 5 months. The number of billionaires fell 36% in 3 years. Get fucked, get fucked, get fucked. Hooray! Like, dude, I feel like I'm smiling this entire time because I am. Because fuck these billionaires. Like, they should be eliminated completely. This is just beginning. This is just starting in China. Yet the biggest casualty of the pandemic was the one sector the government never intended to touch: real estate. A years-long collapse has smashed the real estate tycoons who were once mainstays on the Hurun list. Evergrande Hui saw his wealth fall under $1 billion in 2023, followed by his detention. Yeah, get fucked. The loss of a sector that had come to represent more than a quarter of GDP contributed to an economic crisis that has unnerved the CCP. Yeah, I bet it would. Oh, the billionaires created a crisis. How unnerving. That produced the February meeting between Xi and CEOs, where he reassured them that the party was ready to offer the private sector new support, but also reinforced his own centrality. The CEOs arranged around him to pay due homage. The billionaires were there to show Xi's strategic priorities, not their own, with manufacturing and agriculture at the center. Jack Ma was back, but pushed to the end of the table. I love the way they're talking about, like, this is the leader of China, right? Like, Americans are so used, and Westerners are so used to just rich people being in charge, and that, like, the leaders of the country are actually just, like, dumb courtiers for us to ignore, that when you enter a country where it's like, no, that's the leader, you're just some guy with a lot of money, right? Westerners are just like, I don't understand it. Like, why isn't Xi Jinping doing what the rich people say? It doesn't make any sense. In an era of unchecked billionaire power in the West, it might be tempting to think China has found a better way. Yeah, it is very tempting, I must say. But the tools of party power used against the ultra-wealthy are employed more frequently and more cruelly against the poor. Against the poor and powerless, whether Uyghur families, street vendors, small businesses, or family. And this is the only time they've put links in. Let's take a look at the links. Uyghur families, of course, Amnesty International, right? The people who did the Naim scam, lied us into the Contra conflict. Sixth Tone, fresh voices from today's China. I don't know anything about this. It's literally just some shitty blog. China's cities managed okay, just so some shitty blog. Congratulations. Literally just found the most extravagant photo they can. Who knows if this guy is feeding people poison? from like a shitty thing. Who knows if he's like serving sawdust? Nobody knows. Okay, cool. Small businesses. The Economic Times. How China's economic slump is prompting police to target business owners. Voice of America. Like literally first paragraph. As reported by very serious, not the CIA at all. Voice of America. Definitely independent. Not a bunch of bullshit. So literally, your links thus far are a fraudulent organization that has lied the country into war in the past, some shitty blog no one's ever heard of, literally Voice of America, the CIA, or feminist activists. Ooh, NPR. How much do you want to guess that this is straight up just like, we innocent, pure LGBTQ activists went into China to be innocent and pure and certainly weren't fomenting a color revolution? Like, I've seen this enough to know. Like, okay. So it wouldn't be a Western article if they didn't embarrass themselves with this bullshit, right? And one class of the ultra-wealthy remains genuinely untouchable. The family members of party leaders. Yeah. Like we're not idiots. Like, we know how this goes. Xi's family assets are enormous and also unreportable by any Chinese media. So Xi's family assets are enormous, but nobody's reported on them. Got it. Let's see the link. It's, hold on, New York Times. Dude, this is great. I love this article. Even when they try to throw shade, it's just like Mr. Xi, older sister, finalized 50%. They did it for the family. Okay. So, like, we don't know. Like, you said they don't know. Oh, Mr. Xi ascended to the Politburo Standing Committee with 2.7 million in investments ballooning to 156 million 4 years later. Okay. Like, I expect that the leaders of countries are also wealthy. Like, this is the classic, like, Michael Parenti thing, right? That if Xi Jinping was poor, we would say, oh, well, look how poor he is. His country must be failing. Look how poor he is. But if he has any amount of wealth whatsoever, oh, well, he's rich, so he's corrupt, right? So you can't win. Like, is there a perfect number? Like, if Xi Jinping was making like $100,000 a year and that's all he made, would that be good? Right? Nope. Oh, I lost it. Dude, I'm loving this article, dude. When Bloomberg began reporting on it in 2012, Bloomberg was a firm threatened with total expulsion from China and acquiesced to official demands to self-censor. Yeah, you mean when Bloomberg started to spy on behalf of the Western governments? Yeah. like what, you think China's happy that there's like a Western media outlet spreading whatever it wants to into China or about China? Probably not. Westerners are so thick, man. Like, we're just so fucking thick. Former Chinese Premier Wen Jiabao's wife, Zhang Peli, took over the country's diamond trade, while her husband was in office from 2003 2013 and accumulated at least 2.7 billion in assets through various business dealings. Those around them might be targeted, such as Zhang's advisor, Desmond Shum, who fled China under Xi, or real estate magnate Zhao Jinhua, who acted as a consigliere for many of Xi's relatives and was sentenced to 13 years in prison in 2022. Wait a minute, I thought you just said that people close to the family were untouched. but this guy acted as a consigliere for many of Xi's relatives. So which is it? By the wealth of the party, like the power of the party, but the wealth of the party, like the power of the party, remains unquestioned. Yeah, of course the wealth of the party remains unquestioned, you dumb fuck. Like, this is what I love about Americans, man. Well, if I can't buy and own slaves, then it's authoritarianism. And that's the end of the article. They just end the article here. So, hold on. We're going to paraphrase this article. We got a little tiny dollop of the history of the rise of a billionaire class in China, which was predicted by Deng, right? It was completely predictable within the framework of the CCP's plan and understanding of itself and its own history, right? That the billionaires peaked, right? Xi Jinping comes into office on an anti-corruption platform and begins knocking these people out, right? Putting the billionaire class into a decline, which they said they should do and they want to do. This is bad, though, because liars, random people, liars, and random people said so. And Xi Jinping has an enormous amount of wealth, but nobody knows how much wealth he has. And the family is untouched except for the people who were touched. That's the article. Westerners suck, dude. And like, I think my favorite part about the article is that it completely abandons its thesis. It just completely abandons its thesis. It's like, did China get billionaires right? And this article, I think, is trying to say no. Because it's like, you might be tempted to think that China, this way of dealing with billionaires is good. However, did you consider what liars and frauds have to say? Okay. If my leaders were rounding up billionaires and incarcerating them, I would vote for them. And I would be like, if the Liberal Party was incarcerating billionaires in my country, I would be a liberal. I would be standing here being like, you got to vote Liberal, guys. Next election's coming up, you guys. Got to vote Liberal. They've been incarcerating billionaires. They've been doing God's work. Got to vote Liberal. And this guy's trying to convince us that that's bad because Xi might also have money. We don't know how much. And organizations that have lied us into full-scale war should now be trusted for some reason. Got it. Check. Dude, today was a fun stream. I feel like we had lots of new people in here today, and everybody was really like nice and kind, which was good. I only had to ban like a couple of Nazis this time. The first Nazi I banned today was straight up like, we're gonna annex Canada, so it's like, okay, Nazis, goodbye. You're welcome to come up here and try, fucker. Then the second Nazi was that mayor fellow, and like, I think that he was just bewildered, because I just think that there's a lot of people in the society who don't fully embrace, or like, they don't actually get that they are in fact a Nazi. Like, I'm not a Nazi, I'm libertarian with the like, okay, bud. Like, if it walks like a Nazi and talks like a Nazi, then it's a Nazi. And like, that wasn't a Nazi salute. He was just sending his heart out. Yeah, okay. Like, So either you are so clueless that you don't understand that you're a Nazi, or you're just lying. Now, I don't need to talk to either of those people. And then we had that lovely young lady over on Twitch for that period of time who just wanted to see Baron Trump. She just wanted to squee all over Baron Trump, which has just got to be wealth worship, right? It's just got to be just like, oh, he's rich. Squee. Inverted Mystic wrote a while back, so I don't know if you're still around, Inverted Mystic, but you wrote, the best thing that I've been saying for years is it's not insane to expect rich people to pay into a system that has worked for them, especially when that system expects people who the system has not worked for to pay taxes into that same system. Billionaires benefit from our roads, but they don't pay into the same system that works for them. Yep. If a society doesn't owe me anything, then I don't owe society anything either. Billionaires do because society is working for them. Yeah, and we shouldn't. And we just shouldn't. We shouldn't be working for billionaires. Like, we should be doing everything we possibly can to topple billionaires every single moment. We should be sabotaging them. We should be overthrowing them. We should be doing everything we can to get in their way and cause them as many problems as possible. And on that note, we've reached the end of this one, guys. This was a 6-hour stream. 6-hour stream. That's a long-ass stream. Had a great time. Always remember, guys, each and every one of you is a quantum being walking around in quantum energy. The billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes you'll never realize it. You'll just stay the good little commodity they need you to be. Rebel. Revolt. Repent. Good luck. We're going to need it.